Hello again, and welcome to another Dark Souls 3 stream. Everybody knows I love this game way too much. Well, I said so in the last video. So we're going to be playing again. And this time, I think it's only fitting after the sorcery only run last time that we do another pure run. So this time we're going to be doing Pyromancy only. And, well, for those of you who don't know, there are three types of magic casting in this game: sorcery, miracles, and pyromancy. Sorcery is basically what many people call magic. Pyromancy is all about fire, and miracles, at least in this game, refer to healing, buffing, and generally lightning damage. So this time we're going to be doing pyromancy only. Gundyr, the first boss, might not die to just pyromancies, so I will allow myself to use the weapon art for the pyromancy flame that the pyromancer starts with. If I don't have to, I won't. But after that point, I am not allowed to use anything that is not pyromancies, meaning I have to only cast pyromancies for the entire run. With that started, let's get going, and let's make a name, shall we? Also, I noticed a few mistakes last run. My window was off-center, so that kind of sucks. And my commentary was kind of garbage, too. I know I'm a little hard on myself, but I didn't like the commentary I was giving. It was really redundant. It was really basic, I guess, and I didn't really have anything worthwhile to add to a lot of different aspects of this game. Some of the things I think in this game that could be touched on, I just completely glossed over because I was too busy doing the run. So this time I will try to explain a lot of things as I go along and hopefully shed a little more light onto my thought process and how I go about doing things in this game. Also, since this is a pyromancy only run, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there wondering if this is even possible, which it is, spoilers, I'm going to be doing everything I can to give myself an advantage. Not because I need it. I'm very good at this game. I have a few thousand hours in it. But so everybody knows where you can find items and where you can give yourself advantages when you need them, basically. I'll also do a little more explaining on certain things that I might not have explained properly in the last video. So some corrections, etc. So, with all that said, I think I will just start the run now. This is also only part 1 because I don't have enough time to do a full pyromancy run. The last video, I'm sure you all knew, took about 11 hours. I don't know if this will take 11 hours. Part of what I did last run was, a lot of stuff I did last run included getting emotes from NPCs and stuff like that. So I probably won't be doing any of that. But I will be doing as much pyromancy. But that was stupid. Obviously, I'm going to be doing pyromancy. But I will be doing as much as I need to give myself advantages, tell you guys where to find things, and again, like last run, beat all bosses. So let's see. What's a good name for a pyromancer? Oh, I guess I should select my class. I think also I will talk about some of the classes that this gives you. So Knight, he's mostly a vitality class, believe it or not. He's very balanced in his stats. I guess I'll go over the stats real quick. So in the last video, I mentioned that characters start from level 1 to 8. To correct that, yeah, they do. They go up to 10, actually. So, like I said in the last video, your stats are... No character has more stats than the next. They only shuffle their stats around. The only reason why it looks like this character has many more stats than another is because if you look on the top of his... if you look on the top left of the character screen, you'll see that his level is 10. So he's starting at level 10. Whereas Deprived over here is starting at level 1. So Deprived can be pretty good for people who want sort of an all-around generalist class for the endgame, who they can reallocate their stats for and build kind of whatever character they want without losing too much. For example, if you start as a cleric you will notice that he has very low dexterity, he has very low intelligence, and he has very low vitality. So he's not very good at wearing armor, he's not very good at casting spells, and you don't want to give him dexterity weapons, you want to be giving him strength weapons. So with the deprived, you don't run into that issue as much. You can use any weapon you want, you can cast anything you want, and you can wear whatever you want. So like any armor, if you want to go the more luck-based route, you can do that. If you want to do a pyromancer, a sorcerer, a cleric, if you want to be a melee person, but you want to run strength or dexterity, the deprived class can do it all. The problem with the deprived class, however, is he doesn't specialize in anything. So you'll notice that all his stats are balanced across the board, which means that if you want to be... I'm mostly talking about people who want to min-max, by the way. So if you are planning on doing a run that involves using miracles or pyromancies or sorceries, you'd want to go with these three classes, because you'll notice that the sorcerer, like I said last stream, doesn't have a lot of strength, he doesn't have a lot of faith, and he doesn't have a lot of endurance, because the sorcerer class is not one known for wearing heavy stuff, casting miracles, and using heavy weapons. He's known for having fast sorcery casts, and because of his high intelligence, casting sorceries. And also his attunement stat allows him to cast more sorceries. So if you want to run a very specific kind of build, generally you don't want to go deprived. However, if you are going for any particular, if you're not going for any particular build and you want to have a class at the end of the game, mostly for PvP, I mentioned, that will allow you to transition into any build imaginable, deprived would be what you want to go for. Another downside of running deprived is, as you look at him, you will see that he's wearing basically no armor, and his weapon is complete garbage. He's using a wooden club. So it's not going to be doing a lot of damage at the start. He has no defensive capabilities, and I don't know if the plank shield can parry or not, but the plank shield also does not have good blocking potential. It's not a 100% physical block shield. Like the knight, he starts with a 100% physical block shield. The mercenary might, but I don't think he does. I think he starts with a like 80% block shield. So that's the usefulness of deprived. I don't think I really have to say much about cleric, pyromancer, and sorcerer. Each of their stats are allocated for the specific type of casting they want to do. Assassin is, well, okay, so a lot of these are melee classes. Assassin, Thief, Herald are generally melee classes, but they have other things going for them. Assassin, for example, starts with Spook, so a lot of speedrunners will go for the Assassin class because Spook, this sorcery, allows you to... It basically functions as the cat ring. It allows you to fall, not take damage, as long as the fall would not kill you. So a lot of speedrunners like to go for Assassin because they can take really long falls that will allow them shortcuts without taking damage, especially people who are trying to do a no damage run. Not even no hit run, just no damage run. Spook is basically a necessity for people who are doing a no damage speed run. Thief, honestly, I don't know why anybody would really start Thief. I did initially have the stats broken down, but Thief and Herald are not exactly great classes. The Thief does start with a bow, but that's not as helpful because a bow can be found in the High Wall of Lothric, which is the second area, which can be reached no more than 10 minutes late into the game. Like, you'll reach the High Wall of Lothric really quickly. You can find a bow really quickly if you know where to find it, and then him starting with a bow is not useful. Also, his shield is not a parry shield, it's a weapon skill shield. His knife might deal bleeding, I'm not sure. I don't know if it has quick step or not, and it does not have the ridiculous critical damage that a dagger has. So all in all, Thief is not very good for a lot of melee classes. The one thing that Thief does specialize in, however, is luck. And for many people who probably don't know, luck affects basically two things. Well, actually three things. So there are items in the game that will scale with luck. You can find items like the Golden Ritual Spear. That is a sorcery catalyst that scales with luck. So you can cast sorceries that will have damage scaling based on your luck. you can use Honorary Straight-Sword, which is a sword that already, right off the get-go, scales with luck. Then the two things that luck does affect, not related to weapons and infusing and stuff like that, are drop rate and status buildup. So if you have a weapon, if you have a pyromancy, if you have anything that would deal status, such as frostbite, poison, or bleed, luck will slightly increase the potential of that proccing. So you can proc statuses easier with luck. Honestly, luck is not a great build to have if you are trying to go for statuses. It is alright, but the amount of boost you gain to the statuses is not really worth it. Their luck builds actually can be very strong, but if you want to do a luck run, you will need to infuse your weapons with hollow or use Honorary Straight-Sword. And infusing a weapon with hollow, infusing meaning you go to Andre, take a gem, you go to Andre, use a gem, and use that gem on a particular tool you're using and give it the hollow infusion. Hollowing, as I mentioned the last stream, is done through Yol. Yol will give you free levels in exchange for Dark Sigils. Once you get one Dark Sigil, the only way to remove Dark Sigils is curing it at a Firekeeper. And maybe at an Absolution statue? I'm not quite sure. I don't think so. But the Firekeeper, once you give her the eyes, is the only one who can remove Dark Sigils for you. Dark Sigils will accrue hollowing for each Dark Sigil you have per death. So if you have one Dark Sigil, every time you die, you gain a hollowing. If you have 15 Dark Sigils, which is the max you can gain in a playthrough, I'm pretty sure, then you will gain 15 hollowing per death. Of course, I mentioned last stream that his levels are based on hollowing, and he only gives you all 5 levels once you are hollowed, which occurs at 15 hollowing. So the way luck works and the way hollow gems work, hollow gems make whatever is infused with hollow give you an extra 5 luck every time, when that item is equipped. So if you equip a sword and a shield, both with hollow gem on it, then you will get an extra 10 luck from that. And so if you are doing a luck build, you want to generally infuse 2 equipments you are wearing with hollow, so you get free 10 luck, which will scale your damage really high. The hollow gem will also cause that equipment to scale with luck as well. So a lot of the best things to do with luck builds is to use something that has very poor scaling. Not that you can't use things with good scaling. You want to use items with low strength or dexterity scaling. The reason being that those weapons are honestly usually pretty bad to use, but if you infuse them with luck, then they get a lot better, especially if those equipments don't take a lot of stats to use. For example, the Brigand Twin Daggers are great on a luck build because they scale really poorly with strength and dexterity, but because of that you can skew all your damage towards luck, and then because they don't have a high stat requirement, they will make a very good luck-based weapon. Especially because they are dual swords, and dual swords have the unique ability to use L1 to attack instead of R1 to attack. When you use L1, you strike with both weapons in your hand instead of just the one in your right hand. So that's generally what Thief can be used for, but another thing to note is that Thief has very high luck, but very low strength, so not great. He has low vitality, which isn't great. Low faith, so if you're planning on doing a luck-based cleric run, which those do exist, both sorcery and miracles have their own luck-based catalysts. But his faith is really low, so if you do want to do a luck-based miracle run, you'll probably still want to use cleric anyway, because he's got high faith, high attunement, and he's only 1 luck behind the thief. And also because thief has very low vitality, generally the knight will outdo him, especially because the knight also starts with higher strength and dexterity, making his weapon selection a lot better than the Thief's. Also, the Thief has not as high HP and endurance as the Knight, so in general, you just want to go for Knight if you're doing any kind of all-around generalist melee build. The Herald, honestly, I have no idea what he's good for. I think he's the worst starting class in the game. And the only time you would ever want to go for Warrior or Mercenary, if you look at their stats, Mercenary is very heavily skewed towards Dex or Dexterity, and the Warrior is very heavily skewed towards Strength. So if equip load is not something you're worrying about, and you don't really care that much about intelligence or faith or attunement, then you would want to go for either Mercenary or Warrior, because their equip load is pretty low compared to Knight, but they are the best when it comes to just raw strength or raw dexterity. Anyway, I think I've talked about the classes enough. Hopefully you understand them. If you don't, leave a comment and I can answer whatever comments you have. So, because this is a Pyromancy only run, I'll start as a Pyromancer. Let's change my appearance. I did this previously, so I'm going to make my skin red because I'm going to be a demon boy. Seems like a good red. Let's change his... Let's make him super strong. Face detail I don't really care about. Age. Let's make him a young demon. Build detail. Let's give him a very large chest. Small abdomen. Decent sized arms. Just lower the chest a little too thick. Give him slightly thicker legs. Alright. Cool. Slightly larger head. Now, the hair. Face details. Hair. Because he's a demon. No, stupid. I'll go with that. Or is there That's not too bad either, but I think I like this one the most. Let's change his hair color back over to black again. Oh yeah, eye color. Where's the eyes? Can I make his eyes darker? Probably not. To give him a... Give him some dark eyes. Good. And do I want to give him a mark? Do I want to curse him with anything? I could give him scars. Yeah, sure. Probably be better on his left eye. There you go. Decent enough. Yeah, not too obvious, not too dark. Yeah, Saved favorites. Because I like my demon boys. Can I also change his... that'll be good enough for now. And like I said, well, actually, I do have one correction to make. So I went over the items earlier. The life ring, again, it's good for new players. It just boosts their maximum HP really early. The divine blessing is just really good all around. The only problem with it is that you only get one from this, and you can only carry one at a time. Hidden blessing is way less good than the divine blessing because it only restores mana. The black firebomb can be traded to Pickle Pea, but there's no use trading a black firebomb to Pickle Pea early because you'll get a black firebomb in the High Wall of Lothric, as you saw last playthrough, and it only gives you a Titanite chunk, which is a super late game upgrade material. So no use for that. A fire gem could be useful for early infusions, so if you want to beat a Pus of Man easier, if you want to stun dogs easier, you can use the fire gem for those. Otherwise, there's not really much of a use for a fire gem. Sovereignless Soul, extra souls, that's the one I usually go for. Rusted Gold Coin, again, you could use it to farm armor pieces, you could use it to try and get a Mimic Hat early, but it doesn't last that long. Also, I don't know if the Rusted Gold Coin gives you multiple or just one. If it gives you multiple, it might be worth having, because then you can use 2 Undead Hunter Charms on the Mimic and come away with hopefully a Mimic Hat from that. Otherwise, if you only get one, it's probably not worth using. But I see on the bottom... I only see one on the bottom, so I don't know if it gives you one or more. Cracked Red Eye Orb is the most worthless one you can start with. I already explained that one, and the Young Right Branch is pretty good. But I'll be going with the Sovereignless Soul just so my run is easier, which is kind of what I'm planning on doing. I remember doing a Pyromancer last time with this particular thing, so I want to name him a demon something. I could be really edgy and name him like Demon Lord or Angel Slayer. Let's be super edgy and call him Hellspawn, because why not? Now that I've gotten everything figured out, let's go. So, yeah, there's a cutscene. Just skip that. Gotta remove everything because I'm only going to be able to use the Pyromancy hand. I don't like having headgear. Remove that so I don't accidentally use it. So I guess something that I didn't quite explain too much last time about this tutorial versus Dark Souls 1's tutorial. Dark Souls 1 tutorial is actually very good. And I'm not saying that because somebody came up to me and yelled at me about, oh, you were too harsh on it. I can't believe you. Dark Souls 1's a masterpiece. But Dark Souls 1's tutorial, after thinking about it for a little more than, not at all, I came to the conclusion that it really does sort of prepare you for everything that you'll be running into. And as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's anything that tutorial doesn't cover. I did try to mention earlier that the tutorial doesn't really prepare you for the sort of ability to come to something later, but I suppose you could say that the Asylum Demon's door on the left, if you don't want to fight Asylum Demon now without a sword, kind of counts as that. And what I was talking about is this Crystal Lizard right up here. He's pretty hard to kill, especially for newer players, and in my last run, he's very resistant to magic, so if I had even tried to attack him, I just would not have won, because he has really, really high magic resist, as was shown later on the run. I will grab this item, though, if he will let me. I also want to see if he has high fire resistance or not. Where's that? Oh, items over there. Oh, that was so rude. He's not too resistant to fire, but I can't kill him with just this, so I'll have to wait. I'll either have to come back or just not engage with him at all, like I did last run. I think last run I said, yeah, I'll go and fight him later. The whole point being I'll fight him when I'm prepared and when I have the Silver Serpent Ring to get a lot more souls from him, but I just never came back. Partially because when you kill him, you get a Titanite Scale, but Titanite Scales are only for boss weapons, with one exception, so I didn't need any Titanite Scales last run, and I never came back to him. I will want... Wait, I didn't even use an Estus, but I do want my mana back, so we'll just rest here. The Pyromancy Flame is upgraded with Titanite, as you'll see, so I do want this Titanite Shard over here. Now, the real moment of truth will be whether or not I can actually kill Gundyr with only fireballs, because even though his second phase is weak to fire because it's half Pus of Man, there's no guarantee that I will be able to kill him because his first phase might not take enough damage for it to matter. I should be able to kill him. Oh, I can definitely kill him. So, interesting thing about Gundyr, he can be parried. Anything with his halberd can be parried, unless he is really high up. Like, if he's doing the jump attack, then that can't be parried. But any simple side swing or forward thrust can be parried, which makes him so much easier than I think he has any right to be. Like, the Asylum Demon is so much easier than Gundyr just because it's a lot slower, but they also kind of make up for that by making Gundyr parryable. That also means that I do not need to break my rules, basically. I can just go forward with the run using only Pyromancies. So that's really nice. I'm not going to bother grabbing that. That doesn't give me anything for souls. That's the Broken Straight Sword. It's a worthless equipment thing. I should grab the items around here, like the Homeward Bones and stuff. Now, similarly to sorceries, pyromancies are spells, so if anything attacks you while you are casting, it will completely stop you from casting, and that does not change until Elden Ring. In Elden Ring, they added poise to casting, or hyper armor, one of the two, and so you actually can cast and not be interrupted in the middle of them, which honestly I think is a godsend, because there are a lot of pyromancies and miracles, or in that game, what are they called? What are they called in Elden Ring? Incantations. There are a lot of incantations. There's no pyromancies in Elden Ring. There's a lot of incantations which basically fulfill the same role as miracles and pyromancies in one in Elden Ring, and a lot of them are close range. So you can imagine how much it would suck if you were trying to cast a close range incantation and you keep getting stunned out of it because whoever it is constantly attacking you. Especially with something really quick like a straight sword or a dagger. Like, there's just no way you're going to get one of those really slow casts off with against a dagger user. Unless you are, I don't know, just really great at the game, I guess. So something I didn't explain last time, those 4 thrones up there I need to light. The 5th throne is occupied by Ludlith, so after you kill the 4 lords, you are allowed to visit the kiln of the first flame, and Ludlith basically sacrifices himself as the 5th lord on the throne. I will pop the souls in there. Actually, so something else that I didn't mention in this game, you can either pop the souls or you can sell them. There's no difference except for popping is slower. Now, some speedrunners will actually pop the souls because they can do that while they're riding an elevator, essentially not wasting any time. But I'm not a speedrunner, and I like just selling them at the shop because it's quicker that way, especially since I'm doing a bunch of trips back to the Firelink Shrine anyway. So I want 3 mana Estus. I will be going and getting the Silver Serpent Ring and the other Estus shard up top with the tree skip again. So I will have 2 normal Estus and 3 mana Estus. I don't think I've ever done a run where I haven't done tree skip, just because the Silver Serpent Ring is so good. And if you're really good at doing the tree skip, like I'm not, then you can save a lot of time. You can save a lot of time from grinding or whatever just by getting the Estus shard and the Silver Serpent Ring. Do I need the Twinkling Titanite over here? Probably not. There's a crystal lizard over here that gives you Twinkling Titanite, but the Pyromancy Flame doesn't need Twinkling, so I'll just skip it. Again, this is Pickle Pea. You can drop specific items to him, and he'll give you specific items back. So I'll leave him a Homeward Bone, and I don't think there's anything else I can drop him. Yeah, nothing else. It's really nice that the Homeward Bone gives you the iron bracelets, because obviously you can find the Homeward Bone in the shop really early. Well, not even in the shop, in the shrine really early. And then you can just give it to him for, if you're not a knight, just a really easy defense up. Like, see the difference in defense right there. So with the Silver Serpent Ring acquired, we will go and kill Mr. Samurai Friend out front. So another thing, too, the Cleric, I believe, does the Cleric? No. Cleric, unfortunately, is the only one that does not start with one of these. But in the game, there are 2 Pyromancy Rings, 2 Sorcery Rings, and 2 Miracle Rings that boost the potency, or more so the damage, of each respective casting. And both the Sorcerer and the Pyromancer start with the Miniature Ring. The greater rings can be found later on in the game. The Sorcery Ring can be found in Irithyll Dungeon, as you saw in the last playthrough, and this ring's upgrade can be found right at the start. Well, not at the start, but right before Smoldering Lake, which is another advantage Pyromancers have on Sorcerers and Clerics. The Sorcerers get their strong ring in Irithyll Dungeon, which means if you want to get it before Pontiff, you're going to have to forfeit Grey Rat's later on shop items, and the Miracles don't get their big ring until Irithyll as well, whereas the Pyromancer gets his big ring pretty early, comparatively. No reason to purchase any of these right now. I will get a dagger and a torch just because they will be helpful for later. Do I want to heal? Probably not. Because you're a Pyromancer, Pyromancy scales with Intelligence and Faith, and one of the benefits of scaling with both Intelligence and Faith is you can use both sorceries and miracles that aren't damage, but just nice utility. So miracles are good for buffing and healing, and sorceries don't really have much support, but they do have Spook, which is a really nice spell to get early on, because then it can save you some time and damage. I want to level up my damage as much as possible starting out. So, like I said, Sorcery and Faith, just level up into that. I will want to level my health a little bit more once I get to Crystal Sage, because Pyromancers, I don't think, have a really fast option like sorcerers do. Sorcerers have access to Great Farron Dart, and that can just come out really quickly. As fast as a throwing knife, I believe. Maybe a little slower, but almost as fast as a throwing knife. And that's very useful for Crystal Sage. Simply because his clones can be killed in one hit, and throwing a really quick thing at them allows you to not need to move much, not get out of position, and you can watch everything and get rid of any really horrible clones really quickly. Part of the difficulty of Crystal Sage is the fact that all his clones will be shooting magic at you from all over the place, and either you will just be taking chip damage all the time, or you will be attacked by 3 things at once and you will just straight die, which is one of the flaws of Crystal Sage, I would say. Oh, I didn't give myself a new Estus Shark. That's fine. I can go back and get it eventually. I'm always used to going this way now. I don't know why, but it's just what I do now. So you can see there's a dude up there waiting. And he is guarding the binoculars, I believe. Stupid, thank you. That or he's guarding the bow. Binoculars. Binoculars are basically worthless, but like I mentioned in the last stream, they are good for if you are using the Sorcery Soul stream and you want to snipe somebody from really far away. Another advantage that you have while using Pyromancies is because fire damage can blow up barrels, you can do that without needing firebombs. And like I mentioned earlier, Pus of Man and dogs do not like fire, so you already have free access to things that will make them stagger, flinch, or flail around without being able to attack you. Don't mind me, just gonna grab this real quick. Generally, the dragon should be able to kill whatever's out there, but if not, you shouldn't have any problems with the remainder. So, like you saw last stream, there is a Mimic in here, and I will be trying to get the Mimic Cat if I can. And now that missed the jump, nice. Now that the Mimic is not over horrible ground like he was last stream, great. If he does drop the Mimic Hat, then I will be right there. Thank you. That was also not very smart. Cause... oh, god damn. The Lothar thing. That's not good. We're just going to... oh! I'm just going to avoid him real quick. Oh, crap. Oh, darn. The Lothar Knight can do one of 2 attacks. When he enters a stance like that, he can either do an upper swing, which is good at breaking shields, or he can do a lunge forward. And unfortunately, the lunge forward is the one thing that would have killed me right there, which is honestly probably what the AI was programmed for. If you're at a distance, he's most likely just going to do the lunge. He's probably not going to attack me, so thank you for body blocking me. So, of course, this run will be a little different from my sorcery run. Because I'm a pyromancer, if I want to learn more pyromancies, I need to get a pyromancy tome. And 2 of the pyromancy tomes cannot be learned through the normal pyromancer. You have to get a dark sorceress named Carla for that. And she is found in Irithyll Dungeon, so any pyromancy that... any dark pyromancy that isn't Black Serpent will have to be learned later from Carla. Now I'm ready for you, Mr. Lothar Knight. Never mind. Can you? Okay, cool. Two, 4, 6, I believe. So I can go and level up my Pyromancy Flame, so I'll just go do that and then get the stupid Estus leveled up that I forgot to do before coming to the high wall. Also, can I level up? No, maybe I can level up after selling a couple things. Don't need the binoculars. Don't need one firebomb. I won't have enough, but it's whatever. Oh, that's right, I need to actually get the Pyromancer to upgrade my flame. So that sucks. Also, if I remember correctly, the Pyromancy Flame is the only thing that can't be, quote, two-handed. So, you're going to have to be very careful on which button you're pressing. One of the advantages of being able to two-hand a staff or a talisman, the casting catalysts for sorceries and miracles respectively, is that you can either cast them with whatever hand your catalyst is in, or you can two-hand, so you can cast with either hand. I'm gonna see if I can get a Lothric Knight armor. Nope. And I will probably have to come back once anyway, so who cares? I'll just do that. I always forget that's there. And I suppose I will pick up the raw gem just because I can sell it for some easy souls early on. The raw gem coming from this lizard. I can't use raw gems. If you didn't watch the last video, gems are used for infusing basically anything that's not the Pyromancy hand or a boss weapon or even a special weapon. So yeah, gems in this playthrough will be worthless outside of maybe the simple gem, which I can use in another hand for mana regen. Oh, that's really nice, a Titanite shard. Can't use, but who cares? If you get really lucky, Titanite shards early on are just so good, because then that means there's less Titanite shards you have to find in the Farron Keep, and the earlier you can upgrade your gear. At least gear that scales with normal Titanite. I didn't upgrade my Estus, did I? Ugh. I'm surprised he is not aggro from that. Also, I'm surprised the knight's not aggro. Thanks, aiming. I don't know how it went over him, but whatever. Now, I can try to kill this Lothric Knight, but it's going to be really annoying. Never mind, it wasn't too bad. And you gave me one of the few things I can't use. Thank you, game. Let's go get the broadsword just because I can. Although I am a little low on mana, so... bad dodge. Honestly, I didn't dodge there because I wanted to dodge the attack. I dodged there because I thought a dodge would get me out of range, but that wasn't the case. So I need to be actually very careful over here because I don't have a lot of mana and, well, you know, I can only use Pyromancies. And honestly, I am totally fine with dying here, just as long as I get the Estus shard. I could get the key too, but the Estus shard and the Titania shard are what I really want. That was what I was talking about last stream. If that firebomb throws at a barrel, it will explode and just kill you almost right away, especially if your health is really low. This time I won't get Grey Rat's key just because I don't need Grey Rat for anything. At least as far as I'm aware. Like, it would be nice if I could get embers and stuff. Although, if I do Grey Rat this stream, that could be helpful for anybody who didn't watch the last video. My friend told me that he watched the last video and my stream was off center and it was really annoying. So, I can totally understand if somebody doesn't want to watch the last stream just because of that. Also, this gives me another chance to level off Ignite, so that's nice. Oh well. Oh, I also feel like I should mention I cannot use the weapon art for the Pyromancy Flame because it is not a cast. It basically counts as a weapon, and like the whole point of being Pyromancy only is basically dealing with casting only, and the Pyromancy Flame's weapon art comes out a little too fast for casting, so I cannot use that to kill things. If I want to, I could get Grey Rat's key. But there's a lot of things chasing after me, so screw that. Alright. I forgot again to upgrade my Estus because I was distracted by trying to upgrade my Pyromancy Flame and being unable to, so this time we are going to upgrade our Estus. Get the stupid email, because why not? Oh yeah, and then Leonard's up there. So we talk to him so we can get the Red Eye Orb. This guy here is Hawkward, and I like his dialogue. It's pretty interesting. He basically tells you that why are they having us go and seek the Lords of Cinder? The Lords of Cinder are Lords of Cinder for a reason. He gives you an example of Aldrich, who is a Lord of Cinder, and he says Aldrich was so good at devouring men, so good at killing and stuff, that he was made a Lord of Cinder just for that. Even if he wasn't a good guy, he was made a Lord of Cinder just for his ability to devour and destroy as many souls as possible. See if I can sell. I'm gonna actually sell all those because I don't need them. Also, that wasn't honorary straight sword, that was the Restorer great sword. None of these have parry, so I'll just toss them. Generally, when you're a Pyromancer, you want to upgrade both the Faith and Intelligence stats equally, because that's the easiest way to get the most damage out of what you're doing. So now that I've got the Estus Shard and the Titanite Shard available to me, I'll just go straight to Vort. There's no reason not to. I can also show off a shortcut that I forgot to bring up last time. And this will also give me another chance to kill the Lothric Knight. I'll Ember up, because why not? If somebody invades me, so be it. Something else I guess I should mention. Yay! Something that's not a sword or a crossbow. So Lothric Knight armor, like I mentioned last time, is very, very good. It's got a lot of defense, it's got a lot of poise. Granted, it's not that great later on, but it's very good for the early game. I also realized I didn't allot any more Estus to the mana, so that could be actually problematic for Vort. We'll actually see if I can kill Vort with 3 Estus. This guy right here is generally not worth fighting. As far as I'm aware, you can't get his armor from him because the armor is found in Lothric Castle way later on. You can get his halberd, but it's also a little hard to use early on, so. Not really a point in grabbing it. I should also show off another shortcut. Well, not really a shortcut, but a quicker way around. That guy's waiting at the bottom of the stairs to ambush you because he's a nice fellow. Oh, I died. Great. That was a waste of an ember, too. That's what I get for not watching my health. I also don't have the audio on, so, well, I'm not listening to the audio, so I don't always remember when I take a hit or not. Which is fine. Don't want to lose 2,500 souls. Oh, a Titanite Shard. That's actually very useful. Another reason I probably should have grabbed another mana Estus charge instead of a health one is because Vort is generally pretty easy at this point. I don't have any problems with him, but like I don't take that much damage from him. But I'm just worried that I won't have enough mana to kill him with Pyromancies only. And this time I'm going to roll out the way. If you can make the jump over here, this is the Ring of Sacrifice, and it prevents you from losing souls whenever you die one time, and then it breaks. If you don't plan on using it for that, it can be sold for 2k, which is a pretty sizable chunk of money early on. This is basically a shortcut over here. You have to contend with a lot of these little mooks just wanting to ambush you, but if you know it's coming, then you can just run right by them, get this elevator, and avoid all of them. I will also just use this opportunity to go back to the shrine, level up my damage, etc. And to change my Estus over. Cool. And I suppose since I can't get 2 levels here, I'll just level up my mana so I can increase the amount of things I can cast. Let's also change 1 flask over.
What? Maybe.
See any Estus shards? No. I want to drop those to Pickle Pea, so I'll save most of them. Can't use any of those. Oh yeah, and then I can sell the Ring of Sacrifice, which is the whole reason I picked it up. No, I didn't want to talk. Now, if we're lucky, we can get 2 levels. Ooh, we might be able to. Alright. Super awesome. Oh, and the weird samurai bro is outside, so we can go kill him real quick as well. Once we kill him, we'll probably actually be able to level again. It depends on how many souls he gives us. We also might be able to kill... I'm running against this fog wall because the area hasn't loaded yet. So, we have to wait for the outside to load. That'll be a lot of fun. A lot of people think this fog wall is here because the game doesn't want you to go outside, but no. It's just because the area hasn't loaded. I think Pyromancy has the hardest time killing this guy because Pyromancy casts pretty slow and he can just strafe it. Sorceries and miracles cast really fast. As a miracle user, you don't actually have any damage miracles to... Can you stop, please? As a miracle user, you actually don't start out with any damage miracles, so if you actually want to kill this guy, quote, miracles only, you either have to wait till you get a miracle that can deal damage, or you need to force him off the edge. And I mean force as in the miracle force. Come on. Die already. Right. And that should be able to give me 1 more level too. If not, I can just kill for it and get a level that way. Nope. Alright. Fine by me. Oh, I also have a mimic to go kill. Well, not kill. Well, yeah. I'm going to try Undead Hunter Charming him, and if that doesn't work, then we will just kill him. Hopefully 3 rolls is enough to get the Mimic Hat. I would really love to get the Mimic Hat early on because then, as you saw last stream, it gives you a ton of souls if you stack it with the Silver Serpent Ring. In fact, Tower on the Wall might have been a better place to go to. Let's go there instead. Sorry for wasting your time. Now I know the shortcut to Vort is over that way, and it might save me some time, but I've never taken that shortcut, honestly. I always just went this way, especially since Tower on the Wall leads you to a Lothric Knight, and as I said, the Lothric Knight armor is very good early on, and so I just like killing the Lothric Knight every time I get the chance. Nice, 2 for 1. Come on, yay, more armor. Love it. Honestly, that is the whole reason I come this way. So, if you didn't watch my last video, if you use an Undead Hunter Charm on a Mimic, you will get the item that is currently in the Mimic without having to get eaten or kill it. And if you're extra lucky, there's a separate drop chance to get the Mimic Hat. The Mimic Hat is the one you want. Now, nobody who's sane actually runs around with the Mimic Hat because it gives you increased souls and drop rarity while you're wearing it, but it reduces your health. So instead, the use for the Mimic Hat is in very short instances when you want drop rate, or you want souls for about 5 seconds, and then you take it off. As you saw there, while the Mimic is currently going back to sleep, you can lob things at it, and it won't aggro. Honestly, I'm surprised I survived that. Mimics deal a lot of damage. Come on, Mimic Cat. Darn. I can level up, but that would take time, so we'll just rest at the bonfire and then go kill for it. First thing I'll want to do after I kill Vort is beeline straight to the Pyromancer in the Undead Settlement because I want new Pyromancies. And once I find him, then I'm going to skip the tree boss, I'm going to skip everything in the Undead Settlement, and I'm going to go straight to the Crucifixion Woods so I can get the Pyromancy Tome and learn some stronger spells. So I would normally kill the Lothric Knights here, but because I don't know if my damage and mana are good enough for Vort, I will kill him first, not rest at the bonfire, and then go kill those Lothric Knights to get the banner. It is a little faster going and getting the banner first before killing Vort, but I don't know if I have the mana for it. In fact, I'll do a safety heal too. Just because I'm not too worried, but if I get hit, I could die, and that would be a huge waste of time. Oh yeah, I have enough damage easy. Oh! I actually was not expecting that to kill me. So because I have the time, I will go and get the banner right away. I can't believe I died on Vort. That's actually really sad. Now what would be extra sad is if I died here. Edge crossbow completely worthless. I have to rest because I took damage and used up mana. I'm not going to kill a Lothric Knight here. I'm going to be killing enough Lothric Knights in your Vort anyway. If you want to farm Lothric Knight armor, Vort is the place to do it at. And honestly, I probably should stop being stupid and going this way because I take damage and it's longer than the actual shortcut. I don't know, it's just something I always do. I always go this way. But as you can see, I'm at half health and that's not good for Vorts. In fact, I'll use an Ember, heal up, get extra max health. Should be fine. Oh, another way you can go is over here if you don't mind taking the little damage. Unfortunately, pyromancies don't really have access to many things as fast as Fair and Flash Sword, so you do actually have to wait around and charge your casts. Now, something to know for when he starts phase 2, you do not want to attack his face, because when you attack a boss or a monster's face, you deal them extra stagger damage, and you want Vort to do this entire attack animation right here, so you have as much time as possible to hit him with free things. I honestly don't fight Vort that much in phase 2, so there is a higher chance of him dying, of me dying now than any other time. So Vort's dead. Thank God. Please tell me I'm wearing. Yeah, I'm wearing a solar spectrum. You know what, I'm just gonna run past all these guys. I don't know where that other guy came from. Here's probably the one sitting down at the staircase. I don't want to fight Dancer early, so I'm not gonna kill this lady. Just get the banner and head over to the Undead Settlement. One of the advantages of fighting Dancer early is you get access to... If there's a boss that you're really dreading later on, you can get access to Titanite chunks really early just from killing her and fighting Dancer. But the problem then becomes... well, like, A, you have to kill Dancer, which is not an easy fight. But B, you don't... Unless you have the Mimic hat, you don't get to use... the Mimic hat, the Shield of Want, and if you can do the DLC, any of the stuff from that. So you get fewer souls from her fight than you could if you were fully prepared for it. Now, of course, that doesn't always matter, since a lot of the times I do end up just over-prepared for a lot of things in this game anyway, but those are sort of the upsides and downsides to killing Dancer early. Additionally, if you kill Dancer early, you get access to... another Estus Shard, actually 2 extra Estus Shards, I think, and a Bone Shard. Don't know if it's 1 Estus Shard or 2. But you get access to an extra Estus Shard and a Bone Shard, which, you know, again, if there's a boss you're dreading later on, then you can over-prepare for it, basically. I do kind of wish I had Spook right now, but I can't get that until I actually meet Orbeck, so I won't even bother with it. There's a really cool thing you can do with Spook. Maybe I'll show you. But I'll probably end up dying if I actually try to take that jump. So I'm probably not going to bother with it. But there is a jump that you can do in the Undead Settlement that basically skips the whole thing. Assuming you don't want any of the items in the Undead Settlement. These will become useful for the Chloranthy Ring. Let's get Yol because I want to min-max, get 5 free levels and stuff, and I don't really mind spending the time or looking ugly. In fact, I believe looking a little bit uglier would look better on a weird demon like myself. Yeah, something interesting about this gate up here, actually. It opens and closes by itself, but there's actually nobody on the other side to open it. You'll see that there is an enemy on this side who could technically open the gate, but if you're on this side, you actually don't see anybody open the gate. It just opens. So I don't know exactly what the thought process was there. The only reason I'm throwing fireballs there is because I really hate trying to deal with the pitchfork guy. And they can block the entrance too, which I'm not really a fan of, so might as well get them out of the way. So, something else to note as well, the Cursed Rotted Greatwood, the boss of this area, not only is it an optional boss, but it's weak to fire. At least the weak spots on it are weak to fire. The only problem is, again, same with the sorcery run, you have to be able to free aim your spells to actually hit the pustules because you don't actually lock onto them. You lock onto the center of it, which is not where the pustules are. So if you do want to kill it as a Pyromancer, you're going to need access to the Pyromancer and Catch Flame. Well, Catch Flame is the Elden Ring version. It's, I think, Flame Surge? No, Flame Surge is the... You want access to whatever the short range Pyromancy is. That could have been really bad. Also, I said I would beeline towards the Pyromancer, but there's a shard this way, there's a bonfire this way, and there's a couple Titanite shards this way, if I didn't mention that. So, no reason not to. And plus, this way lets you unlock the way to the Cursed Rotted Greatwood. So, you can't actually access the Cursed Rotted Greatwood from the other side. You have to go this way to unlock its door. So, if you want to kill the boss, you will have to go this way. I love it when that happens. I don't actually know if that's ever really happened a lot of the time in this area. I generally don't get swarmed like that. Which is another aspect of great game design by From Software. And yes, I know I did run through the area and attract all the enemies, but something that a lot of people do complain about is the fact that you can get cornered like that. It's generally not a fair piece of game design to have enemies that can box you in without you really being able to do anything. Now, of course, you can go through that door, or you can alternatively go this way, which will lead to the same spot. I think I've been hit by the hollow coming out of that door every time. It's weird, I don't know why. I know he's there, but I don't think I've found a way to avoid that. I'm not embered right now, so Hodrick's not going to invade me, which will be nice. Messed up. Get the undead bone shard, go back to the shrine, and then get the pyromancer. Also, I didn't get my souls. Let's go get that, because that was a lot of souls I lost, actually. Well, didn't lose, but I dropped. And since I'm going back this way, I don't have to fight or aggro as many things. That doesn't happen often. The evangelist right there, just dropping down. And if I remember correctly, she does have a titanite shard up here, so I'll just grab that. Of course, that would happen. Now run through, grab the bone shard, open up the door, get the pyromancer, teleport back to the shrine, and then get everything for that. In fact, I don't even need to go back to the shrine. I can just since I'm not listening to the game, this could actually be very dangerous. Get this for free souls. Generally, you want to grab any ashes you can find because they're just easy items from the merchant. It is actually very important that I do kill the Cursed Rotted Greatwood at some point because pyromancers love Black Serpent, which you get from Wolnir's soul. It's your earliest source of dark damage, and they love Chaos Bed Vestiges from the Old Demon King, which is one of the strongest fire-based pyromancies in the game. It has a lot of range, an almost straight arc, a lot of damage, and in PvP it resets the hit stun. So if you're against a team of people, Chaos Bed Vestiges is really, really annoying to fight against because, again, they can actually stun lock you if enough of them are casting Chaos Bed Vestiges. There's a fire clutch ring, so that's actually very helpful for my run. Nice. Container shot? Yeah, whatever. So I gotta be careful not to run into barrels. Fire barrels, I should say. Oh, and then I need to drop down here so I can get the bonfire and then get the pyromancer. And I can start looting new things. Which will be super useful, honestly, because having to cast fireballs against the dogs is just awful. And Flame Surge, I believe it's called, lets you very quickly cast a little fire damage thing to stun the dogs. You'll also notice that whenever I hit things with fire, they have a special death animation, and that's just because I'm hitting them with fire damage as opposed to any other type of damage. If you hit a lot of things with fire damage, they get a special death animation just because they don't like, some of them don't like burning. Dogs are a good example, and Pus of Man are a good example. So I got the Pyromancer. Now, honestly, I can just go straight to the Crucifixion, which actually I will just do that. I will go straight to the Crucifixion Woods and get the Pyromancy Tome so I can get all my new Pyromancies. It's a little dangerous because I risk dying to either the Erythelian right before the Road of Sacrifices, and I also risk dying to some of the shenanigans right here, but I should be just fine, honestly. If I didn't explain it in the last video, those pot throwers are a little bit annoying to deal with because you have to dodge a little later than you might think to avoid their pots because they take a little longer to throw them than usual. Now, I could also get the Chloranthy ring here, but I don't much see a use for it, so... see if they won't aggro. That's nice. I also mentioned in the last video that if an enemy attacks an NPC, the NPC won't become hostile towards them, they'll become hostile towards you, which honestly I think is a mistake. I think a lot of people would like if the NPCs were hostile against enemies just from the get-go, and I understand why From wouldn't make them that way. But if an enemy attacks them, I don't see why they wouldn't attack whoever attacked them, if that makes sense. I actually don't know if From did that for balancing reasons. I don't know if they did that to torture players, or I legit don't know if they that was an oversight on their part. So something interesting about these Erythelians right here. As far as I know, they are not weak to fire. They are actually weak to dark. So, even though I am casting fire and I seem to be doing good damage, it's not fire that they're weak against, it's just because my damage stats are pretty high. Also, it might have actually been worth going back to the shrine just to upgrade my Pyromancy Flame, but I don't have a lot of shards right now. Oh, I didn't want to light that. I should probably explain why I don't like lighting that. But I don't have enough shards to +3 it, so I'm not going to bother right now. I will, however, have to level it up if I want to kill the Stray Demon, because that guy really sucks to fight. And it only gets worse the fewer upgrades you have, the less damage you have, basically. You know, I was dodging in order to not get attacked. Thank you. Interestingly enough, even though these things are surrounded by feathers and they do look like they wouldn't like fire, they don't actually have a stun animation for getting hit by fire attacks. So, also, I think that's the first time I've ever seen this NPC or invader or whatever it is walk backwards. Usually they're walking up this hill. Also, that's really cheap. Okay. Nice and easy, I suppose. It's very rare that you get a fight with that NPC that easily. That easy. Get these so I can sell them and equip them for better armor statistics. Yeah, way better. And I don't imagine, yeah, not even close. I don't know. Do I like this more than the fur armor? I think I do, but I don't know, could look better, I suppose. I need this titanite shard. Nice. Just clear these up. That'd be great. Okay, I gotta be careful not to... okay. Fine. Oh, jeez. I think they're all aggro on me because... No? Why? Whatever. At first I thought they were all aggro on me because that thing screamed, but... I guess not. Oh, great. I have to kill this thing if I want to light the bonfire, so... Come on, don't come after me. Rest? Ah, no, I can't rest now. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't care. Something I do probably want to do, however, is grab the tome from over here because it gives me access to Tears of Denial, which is a pretty useful miracle. I'll be going through here, grabbing all the Titanite shards I find, and then grabbing that Pyromancy tome. Kind of sucks that I need 3 shots to kill these things, but I can deal. In fact, if I went back and upgraded my fire now, then I would be able to 2-shot them. That would be very much worth it. As you can see, the dog doesn't like fire and he rolls around when you hit him, so that is the one usefulness of, like I said, the fire gem or a quick pyromancy, is being able to set things who don't like fire on fire. I should also probably grab the grass crush shield because that's extra stamina regen. Unfortunately, there's a crab guarding the tome, so I probably won't grab it. There's also a crab guarding the grass crush shield as well. See if I can... Okay, so it's probably going to burrow. Yeah, that's what it does. Hopefully that's a good chance for me to grab the tome before it comes back. Nice. Honestly, that was one of the few things I wanted in this area. I also want the Sage Ring, so I can cast a little faster for now. Does this have better defense? Absolutely. And it looks way better, too. Okay, let's go grab the Sage Ring. So I guess I should also explain how the Sage Ring works. The Sage Ring doesn't just give you faster cast speed. Your cast speed is tied to dexterity, up to a maximum of 50, I believe. And the Sage Ring gives you... it doesn't give you dexterity, it gives you virtual dexterity, as confusing as that sounds. So, oops. So it doesn't give you dexterity for your weapons, it gives you virtual dexterity for your casting speed. These things also can drop Titanite shards too if you're lucky, so... If you can kill them, it's worth killing them, but he didn't drop one, so whatever. Oh yeah, and then the Fire Clutch Ring. So I do want that there. And I guess I'll put the fire clutch ring for here, just so I can switch it out easier if I don't want to take as much damage. Again, if you didn't watch my last video, I set up my rings in such a way that the item that's closest to the front can be changed out the quickest, because if you practice at PvP at all, then you'll notice that being able to... It's the fewest amount of moves to go straight down than it is to go to any of these. So it's faster to unequip this than it is to unequip any of these, basically. Do I have the grass crest shield? Yes, I do. Do I want to do anything over there? I could... I'll go grab Orbeck, I suppose. I don't actually want Orbeck for anything except for Spook, so... it is worth grabbing him just for that, honestly. And I don't even care if he leaves. And I don't really need the Slumbering Dragon Crest ring, or the Sorcery ring, obviously. I also don't care too much about his emote either. Orbeck up here is the Sorcery guy, and you can give him Sorcery Scrolls in order to learn newer sorceries. It doesn't matter which class you start as, it doesn't matter what all your other stats look like. As long as you have 10 intelligence, he will agree to join you and show back up at your shrine. Grab these because they're magic bug pellets and they could be useful for the Crystal Sage. Now would also start being a good time to level health because, as I explained in the last video, Crystal Sage without health really sucks because you'll die a lot quicker. And against an enemy who shoots a lot of things at you, you die very, very quick. Oh crap, I aggroed that one too. I might as well kill him. Free souls, well not free, but easy souls, and hopefully a Titanite shard as well. I can't actually kill him, so let's grab this Estus shard over here, and hopefully not die. Nice. Can I light this bonfire? If I can, nice. And it doesn't even matter if I die here. In fact, just kill me. I don't mind. Thank you. Something else I didn't explain in my last video. When you die, your souls spawn about 5 seconds away from wherever you died. So if you fell off a cliff, then they will spawn a good 5 seconds away from where you were when you fell off that cliff, basically. Just so your souls aren't at the bottom of the pit, unobtainable forever, basically. So now that I have the tome, now that I have a ton of Titanite shards, it is, and also that too, it would be a good idea to go back and... Oh, let's grab one more Titanite shard because I need it to level up to +3. Thank you, doggo. I do need one more Titanite shard. You need a total, if you're leveling up a normal Titanite weapon, you need 12 of the normal, the large, and the chunks to level up any weapon to the next upgrade material. So, this one right here will give me access to +3. Thank you. The Grass Crest Shield, the shield I'm using right here, it does not have 100% physical block on it. It has a parry, but you generally don't want to parry with medium shields. Its benefit is passive stamina regen, even in the other hand, even on the back, when you're two-handing. As long as you have it equipped and you can see it on your character, then you will be getting the passive stamina regen from it, which is very useful. I like to exhaust Hawkwood's dialogue just to get the Farron ring and the emote and the heavy gem from him. I won't even plan on using them, but something about exhausting the dialogue is just something that I always do. I don't know why. Petition's ashes. Sell Vort's thing because I won't need either his mace or his crappy ring. Have both of those. Don't need either of those. Literally will not need any weapons for the dagger for quick step. I don't know why, but I don't like wearing headpieces on any character of mine that's not melee. I don't know, I like seeing their pretty face. Especially if I go through all the work to design my character and then I can't see their face anymore. What use is that? Don't need to infuse anything. Can't use them anyway. So we're done at Andre. This is the only place you can upgrade your Pyromancy Flame, and he will also give you a free Pyromancy Flame if you don't have one. You can also give him your Pyromancy Tomes, except for 2 of them, and he will teach you new Pyromancies. So I want to learn this for the dogs. I want to learn this as basically my favorite flash sword. I want this for a better version of that. Do I care about resistances? Not really. Fire damage? No. Poison Mist could be useful. I guess I'll grab it. And I don't really need that one. See, I got Orbeck. I want to learn Spook from him. Don't really need to learn anything else. And because I don't have a sorcery catalyst, I will need that to actually use Spook. I'll buy that now just so I can use miracles later. Don't need that key right now. Grab a prism stone and stuff so I can visit Pickle P now. And drop stuff to him. I don't need Twinkling Titanite, which is what that gives me, but I'll trade it to him all the same. Oh, I should level up. I'll get 15 health, which should be good for Crystal Sage, and then I can start pumping back into mana and damage. I just need a little bit more health, so Crystal Sage doesn't kill me from the outset. Same thing, whatever. Wait for it to load. One reason you also want to do Pickle P is because he will give you early access to a single large Titanite shard and a Titanite chunk. So you can level up your weapon a little bit faster just by doing this. Also, contrary to popular belief, removing your armor does not make this jump any easier. It doesn't matter what your weight is, you will have the same jump. This is what I was talking about last stream, where I don't usually make that jump first try. I don't know why, but I always aim it wrong, or and look in the wrong direction, or time the jump key wrong. I don't know, but it's whatever, as long as I make it. This will be the only time I actually visit Pickle P, so I gotta make it worth it. Already gave him another bone shard. I don't need Loretta's bone, but I'll keep it in case I want to get Grey Rat anyway. Also, you want to leave the items, not drop them, because if you drop them, then they permanently disappear from everywhere, and you cannot get them back. Cool. Now let's attune my big fireball. And we're good. Okay, so I do want to kill Stray Demon, and I can't do that without... I mean, I could do it now. No reason not to. Part of the reason I want to kill Stray Demon is because he gives me Boulder Heave, which is an incredible Pyromancy. I think Pyromancy's only ability to deal physical damage, which will be incredibly useful against things like the old Demon King, who are very resistant to fire, or some of the DLC bosses. Let's see, is there anything else I want over here? No. I only have 800 souls, but that doesn't really matter. Even if I lose 800 souls, that's not really a big deal. Also, interestingly enough, because the Pyromancy Flame is your only weapon you need as a Pyromancer, and you can't actually get a stronger version of it later, once you upgrade your Pyromancy hand to a certain point, there's actually no reason to not upgrade it, because you can't ever get a better version of it. While you're on the ladder like this, if something hits you, it will drain your stamina, and if your stamina falls to 0, you will be knocked off the ladder. You don't fall off the ladder by taking too much damage, you fall off the ladder by running out of stamina. So it's very important that you don't run out of stamina. Now, because I'm not embered, this will be a lot easier. Oh, I can just always have a dagger on. That's really useful, actually. Now, because I don't need anything in this swamp, I can just get through everything and light the flames. And I'll show you how to do it really quickly. Cool, I didn't aggro him. Flame number 1. Go to the last bonfire, and then just go left. And then you're done here. Super simple. Super quick. It's kind of like Irithyll Dungeon, where a lot of people spend a lot of time in the dungeon proper, or spend a lot of time in the swamp, when the actual way to get through it is very, very quick. I don't think there's a need for me to grab that coal over there. The Sage's Coal lets me infuse certain equipment of mine with magical infusions, but the only infusion I actually really need is either Blessed or Simple. Blessed will give me the ability to restore HP as long as the equipment with the Blessed infusion is on my person, similarly to the Grass Crest Shield. And Simple allows me to slowly regen HP, mind you. And Simple allows me to slowly regen mana as long as that piece of equipment is on my outer person. Generally, for casters, Simple is better because there's a lot of way to regen HP, especially if you're a Pyromancer or a Cleric, but there's no way to regen mana outside of a Hidden Blessing or... Thank you. Also, thank you. Oh, cool. Thanks. That actually right there was a case of input delay, which I mentioned last stream. If you roll, and if you cast in the middle of your roll because you think you'll have a free cast after you roll, but the enemy attacks quicker than you expect, the cast will be queued up as an action, and whether you want it to or not, the cast will happen after you roll. And that is something a lot of people consider a flaw because the stack of abilities can really screw you over sometimes. I mentioned last stream, but poison really isn't that much of a problem. Cool, I didn't aggro him. Poison in Dark Souls 1 actually used to be a lot worse. Poison in Dark Souls 1 was about the same effect as Toxic in this game. And then Toxic in Dark Souls 1 was absolutely killer. Toxic was awful. You never wanted to get Toxic. You definitely didn't want to get poisoned, but getting Toxic was a death sentence. Like an actual death sentence. Poison was probably going to kill you if you didn't find a bonfire quickly enough, but generally Toxic hurts so much and lasts so long that unless you were right next to a bonfire, you were not going to survive from being toxic. Cool, so I'm going to deal with poison now. And we are now done with Fair and Keep. In terms of story progression, there are some more things I do want to get from Fair and Keep, but that is all you actually need to do in Fair and Keep right there. I suppose I'll get rid of poison now too, because there's no reason not to. Also, actually, no, there is a reason not to, because there's a bonfire right here, and I'm gonna rest at it. Okay. That was probably a Titanite shard, but I didn't need it anyway. Another thing fire is really useful for as well are slugs. Not these slugs, slimes, I guess I should say. So slugs right here are worthless, you can kill them really easily. But slimes in this game are very, very, very resistant to slash, and so a lot of people think, wow, this enemy is really tough, but unlike a lot of enemies in this game, they have very high resistance to a particular type of damage, slash being the type of damage. And they are actually very weak to fire, with the exception of the slugs in the Demon Ruins. So fire is a very good way of getting rid of those. Why not? So I'm going up here because the Stray Demon's up here, and that is how I get access to Boulder Heave. Also, this gives me access to Sirius's questline, which will let me have the Cat Ring, which is a free version of Spook. Well, not free, it's a ring versus a sorcery. The benefit of having it as a ring is my spell slots aren't taken up by one extra useless cast, but the downside obviously is that there are a lot of very useful rings in this game, and that one slot is now being taken up by the fall damage ring. But the best part about the ring is that you can unequip the ring whenever you want, as opposed to a spell, which you can only unequip at a bonfire. So the Cat Ring is just better than Spook in general. Spook has also one extra upside to it, which it muffles your sound. Spook is basically the combination of this, not the Slumbering Dragoncrest ring. Is it the Slumbering? I think it's the Slumbering Dragoncrest ring. It has the benefit of both the Slumbering Dragoncrest ring and the Cat Ring, again, with the trade-off of requiring a spell slot. So, actually, you know what? I'm going to kill Stray Demon first. Or try to. Stray Demon could actually be resistant to fire, and this could be really bad. So, we'll see. I'm very thankful he didn't start off with his Boulder Heave first, because that would actually require me to block, and I would take damage from it. I actually don't know a way of... Oh, crap. Whew. That grab right there would probably have killed me. So it's a good thing he didn't actually grab me. You want to be in this spot right here because then he can't grab you. The grab is absolutely the most dangerous thing he has, and it is the least telegraphed. So you definitely want to be away from any area he can grab you in at all costs. His swings like that are very highly telegraphed, and so they're very easy to dodge or roll under or just avoid in general because they have a very particular swinging pattern to them. But the grab is basically a one-shot and hard to predict, so you want to avoid it at all costs, like I said. That is the move you want because he just leaves himself open so long. Like, he spends all this time jumping up in the air, and then he spends time falling down. The one place you don't want to be at for him, other than right near his right arm, is also at his left front, because that will also initiate a grab from him. Again, you want to avoid his grab at all costs. Cool. Nice and easy, and now I can get Boulder Heave. Unfortunately, because I am getting Boulder Heave from him, I cannot sell his soul for 20k, which would have been great for leveling, but Boulder Heave is a godsend for Pyromancy only runs. In fact, it's basically necessary, unless you want to torture yourself and use a bunch of fire spells on fire-resistant enemies. In fact, the worst fight in this game for a Pyromancer is Midir, because he is both resistant to fire and dark, which are 2 out of 3 damage types Pyromancy can use. He is also resistant, or I think immune to every status effect, so you cannot frostbite or poison him. It's just really bad. Midir is a really difficult fight in general, but especially for a pure Pyromancer. Boulder Heave is probably the only way we're actually even going to have a chance at killing Midir, honestly. But we'll see once we get to it. These crystal lizards up here will drop me large titanite shards, which are what I need to upgrade my flame to +4. I can't upgrade to +5 yet because I need 3 more shards, but it's a good start. That one up there drops a heavy gem, and I don't need it, so I'll just avoid all this, go back to the shrine, and then go kill Crystal Sage. In fact, I wonder what would do more damage to Crystal Sage. Well, actually, I know what would do more damage. These fireballs would do more damage to him because I have the Fire Clutch Ring on. The Fire Clutch Ring might actually be a little too dangerous for Crystal Sage because it's going to make me take 15 to 20% extra damage from him, which you really don't want to. The whole reason I leveled health is so I didn't get one shot by him. I should probably get Flame Surge, though. This Flame Surge will allow me to kill his clones quicker. In fact, let's see, what's it called? Organized storage box. It's called Fire Surge, and that's, Great Combustion, okay. I'll never remember those names because I have Elden Ring in my mind a lot. I wonder, is... Leonard's probably not going to be back because I think you have to kill a boss for that to happen. I think also now I can kill the Cursed Rotted Greatwood because I do have access to Great Combustion now, which allows me to be a little more melee with my pyromancies. So is there anything else here I want? No. That armor would actually be nice, but I can get other armor from a different area. Oh, in fact, I do need the I do want the Chloranthy ring as well. Oh, I don't have an Estus shard. I guess I must have used the one from Parent Keep already. So I need 3 more of these. I can get 1 really quickly from the Ashes of Ariandel. I can get 1 from killing the dragon on the High Wall of Lothric. But I don't know anywhere else I can get 1 without killing Abyss Watchers. And I think also... Well, without killing Crystal Sage. Crystal Sage will give me access to the Lothric. Okay. So now I want to level up my mana so I can use 2 spells, and then I'll put the rest into HP. Cool. And because I'm fighting Crystal Sage, I want more HP, so I don't immediately die. Oh. Okay, I guess I have to reload the area to get the quest thing. That's fine, I can just do it when I come back. Okay, no bone shards. Oh, can I sell anything? I'm gonna get another level up. I can. Oh, wait, no, I need Boulder Heave, which actually means I need to go kill the Cursed Rotted Greatwood right now, so let's go do that. That will be for the Chloranthy Ring. I don't think I need that, so I'll just sell all those. Definitely don't need Lightning Spear. That's only fire resistance. Okay.
Ashen 1. What?
Yeah, more health. That'll just be useful for Sage. I don't really need more damage right now. I just need to be able to survive a little bit better. So let's go kill Cursed Rotted Greatwood, I think. Before I do that, though, let's go to Cliff Underside. And let's go get the Chloranthy Ring. Oh, let's attune Great Combustion over Fire Surge. Also, I don't want this anymore, and probably don't need that right now. That might be useful for Crystal Sage, but I can probably just Great Combustion. Sorry. Actually, I could either Fire or Great Combustion him to death, so I guess I don't really need that. Put those away for now. In fact, I'll keep this one out. Yeah. Alright. So travel to Cliff Underside. Let's go get the Chloranthy Ring. Get the Northern Armor, if any of that's any good. Probably not. And then get the Sigbrow from Sigurd. Start his quest line. Actually, do I even need to do Sigurd's quest line? Do I actually need the Chloranthy Ring? That actually would be a good idea for right here. And then I can just put the Silver Serpent Ring on after every boss fight. Alright. Cursed Rotted Greatwood first? No. Oh, there actually is something I can show you. So after I'm done with getting the Chloranthy Ring, I will show you something that a lot of players might not know about. Newer players, I should say. Not veteran players. Veteran players know about it, but newer players. It's an achievement, and it's a little bit out of the way. Hard to find. Also, that will allow me to show you... It'll also allow me to show you the Undead Settlement skip as well. I also forgot to talk to the giant last time I was doing this, so we can do that as well. On my sorcery only run, I forgot to talk to the giant who throws arrows, and if you just talk to him, he'll stop throwing arrows. In fact, he'll only throw arrows at the enemies, so that'll be very useful. That's what the young white branch at the start is for. Now, whatever you do not want to sell this young white branch right here. If you check out its information by pressing square or Y or X or whatever the other button is for the Xbox controller, then you can see that this one right here says it's a token of friendship, and the other young white branches will not say that. So that is the one you want to always keep in your inventory and never sell or use, otherwise the giant will start attacking you again. So I know that I am fighting a fire demon right here, but as I said in the last stream, as long as you are dealing a little bit of damage and taking the aggro off of Sigurd, he will survive this fight pretty easily. More damage than I would have liked. No mana. Gosh, this spell takes a lot of mana. He is preparing to do a super attack like that, and it has a lot of AoE, and it actually probably could kill me, so gotta be pretty far away from that to not die. Sigurd obviously is very tanky, so you don't really have to worry about him. As always, exhaust his dialogue if you want to progress his quest line. Get all the dialogue out of the way, and then you can move on. So the northern armor and the pale tongue are up there, but I don't think the northern armor is stronger than the one I'm currently wearing. I don't like its aesthetics as much, and I don't plan on reallocating any of my stats, so I will avoid it this time around. That's Dark Pine Resin, I think. I don't remember what it is. I don't need it though. Now, you want to go over this way because if you go too far forward, the dogs will just... Oh, gosh. I swear, dogs are the worst enemies in this game. Well, they're not, but they're really bad. Everybody hates dogs because their movement is very, very hard to deal with. Suppose I'll just get the resin from this and sell it. Little known fact about these things as well. They are very heavily resistant to slash damage. Same thing with the slimes. And they're weak to thrust damage. Whole logic being that if you try to swipe into the cages, you're going to hit the metal. But if you thrust, you can actually hit the things inside of it. Interesting little tidbit of information, I suppose. That, so they don't go after me. Now, Flynn's Ring actually would have some use on this character if I was doing a very low equip load run. The reason why is because Flynn's Ring increases your physical damage, and Boulder Heave actually does physical damage. You can't do physical damage on a sorcerer, so Flynn's Ring isn't as useful, but on a pyromancer and even a cleric, it does have some use. But I'm not gonna do I'm not doing like a low level pyromancer run. I'm just doing a pure pyromancy run, and I don't need to min-max my damage. So now that I've gotten that, we can go back to the shrine, level up, if I have enough souls, and I don't know. Can I do anything back at the shrine? Probably not. Oh, I can talk to Sirius, get the quest started. Cool. Now we need to make sure we don't sell or use that. Don't need that. Not going to be using any of these. I'll keep Flynn's Ring, but I'm probably just not going to use it at all. No shards, so I'll just level up once. And then we'll move on to kill Crystal Sage. In fact, it might be worthwhile to see what deals more damage. So, Great Combustion deals... Well, all her... That doesn't help me, actually. Great. I was hoping I would be able to see exactly how much damage it does, but I guess it doesn't. Oh yeah, Cliff Underside to go kill the Chris Rod of Greatwood. I probably should have done that before teleporting back to the shrine, but whatever. Oh yeah, and then something else I can actually show you. Instead of going to Chris Rod of Greatwood. There is one other thing to actually show you. This will take a little bit longer, but it's whatever. So, go back to the start of the area. And instead of going the way you saw me go the last few times, I will be going the other way I mentioned at the start of last stream. Also, what level is my pyromancy here? Okay, it's already maxed out. Thanks. It actually also probably would be worth it for me to level up mana a little more because the spells are only going to get more expensive from here. And not to mention I will need more slots because once I get to the catacombs, I will have access to a spell that will require 2 slots to use it. Which is not something that sorcerer really has to worry about a lot of the time. Alright, so over here you can get access to the cliff underside area easier, but you don't get access to the door that is required for the boss. Oh, great. Thanks, aiming. Why does it aim like that? That's stupid. Whatever. Flamberge? No. No reason to open this door, but I figured I'd show you guys anyway. See? And that's how you get to the bottom. So what was that? Is that a thrall? Or I'm not even going to bother with him. So the thing I did want to show you all, there is a covenant you can unlock over here, which a lot of people might not know about, especially if they go the other way and they end up beating the boss and leaving this area. Nice homeward button. So, believe it or not, this guy right here is not aggressive. If you hop into his cage, you can get access to the Mound Maker's Covenant, which turns you into a Purple Phantom, and it turns you into a Mad Phantom, which allows you to both attack hosts and other phantoms and enemies in the world alike. The one downside to being part of this covenant is well, actually there's a couple downsides. You cannot join them in boss fights, even though you are technically able to help the hosts. You cannot join them in boss fights because you technically count as an enemy. And B, you will disappear as soon as you kill a normal phantom. So, if you want to stay in their world, it's generally not great. That right there is a fire ring, I believe, a fire resistance ring. But what you can do is you can use the cat ring or spook and drop down here and just entirely skip the undead settlement. In fact, let me try it. Probably gonna die. If I do, whatever. If I don't, yay. Yeah, I died. That's fine. So I will go kill Cursed Rotted Greatwood, and we will move right along. Considering the pace of this stream, this might actually end up being longer than the previous one. So, well, I mean, this is going to be part 1 anyway, so it should be fine. You can just watch all of part 1 and then part 2, and if there even is a part 3, on your own time. So I want to get access to Cursed Rotted Greatwood right now, because I will be getting Pyromancies a little later from the Demon King and from Wolnir, but I want access to Boulder Heave right now. It'll be super useful for later on. In fact, Boulder Heave might even be more useful against Abyss Watchers than any other Pyromancy I can have, just because it can actually knock down the Abyss Watchers. Abyss Watchers technically count as players, so they are susceptible to parries, they are susceptible to backstabs, and they are susceptible to getting knocked down or knocked up by heavy swings. As always, I try to kill these guys first, because if you are fast enough, they will not respawn by the time the tree falls. And once the tree falls during phase 2, he will not spawn anymore, because they have to spawn from up here. You also don't want to get too close to these guys while killing them, because then you will spawn the boss fight earlier and make the fight so much harder for yourself. So you're about to see a normal fight with this guy. Like I mentioned last stream, there is one pustule on his hand right here. If I can actually reach the thing. Did that break it? I think it did, yeah. Because that did a lot of damage. Then there is one pustule on his leg. If you're in melee range, it's so easy to kill this guy. Because, especially for me, he's very, very weak to fire damage, which is why they give you access to fire resins and fire bundles really early on in this area. But, because I'm all fire damage, I can break everything on him super easily. Just heal up for safety. I'm out of mana. In fact, I could probably just break these right here. The hitbox is very wonky though. How the hell am I not hitting this? Oh, okay, he died. Oh, jeez. That was really dumb. When you do jump in that guy's cage, you will be teleported down here before the boss fight actually starts. You will meet this guy right here who died. He will give you the Moundmaker's Covenant, and the Moundmaker's Covenant can be accessed via this altar. Covenants in this game, unfortunately, aren't like how their name sounds. The name Covenant, it sort of implies a bond or something that is very hard to break, but you can be in every covenant in this game at once. There's no leaving the covenants, which I guess is fitting for the name Covenant. And while you are in a covenant, you can wear the covenant symbol, and anytime you fulfill a task related to that covenant, you will get one of their items. Each covenant has 2 tiers of rewards. One is, I think, always at... I think each tier is always available at 10 and then at 30. But it's not always 30 that you want. For example, I mentioned in the last stream that the Sunlight Covenant gives you access to Sacred Oath, which is an attack and buffing miracle, and it gives access to the Great Lightning Spear, which would be useful, but you get a lot stronger stuff by the time you would be able to collect 30 Sunlight Medals. It's just insane how much work is required to get Great Lightning Spear. And so in the case of the Sunlight Covenant, you're a lot better off just getting the 10 medal reward. For the Moundmaker's Covenant, which is the Purple Phantom, the Secret Covenant that I mentioned, their first reward, I believe, is a katana, and the second reward is a pyromancy. The pyromancy is useful, but obviously I can't really get it because I'm doing a PvE run right now. Nothing to do with Andre. So I have access to Boulder Heave now, and because I have access to Boulder Heave, I will want to actually start pumping into mana so I can start wielding 3 spells. We will go to Crucifixion Woods, kill the Crystal Sage, and let's see. Actually, do I want to... Is there anything I want in Baron Keep right away, right before Abyss Watchers? No. So we'll go kill Crystal Sage. I actually believe that Great Combustion and Fire Surge would be the way to go for Crystal Sage. I think the Fireball takes a little too long to cast for the fight. So I'll use Fire Surge to kill the clones because they'll die in one hit regardless of what they're hit by, except for rolling. And then I can use the Great Combustion to kill Crystal Sage. Interestingly enough, the reason I mentioned rolling is because rolling can be used to break through secret walls, which are generally accessed by hitting them or dealing damage to them. And there's particularly one NPC in the game that is hiding from you unless you hit it or roll into it. So a lot of the time you would think that hitting and rolling are the same, but it only applies to that NPC and the walls. So let's switch over to this. Put on my stamina ring because I don't need the souls right now. And see what I can do with this. Oh, nice. Ah, darn it. If he wasn't doing those swings, then I would have actually probably been able to reduce his health a lot more. And this is why you want a lot of health for this fight, because holy crap, do they deal a lot of damage. Especially with those Crystal Soul Spears right there. Can you stop? Oh my god. Thankfully, being behind that pill... Jeez. Wow. That fight went really badly. Might actually be worth it for me to not wear the Fire Clutch Ring, just because that's a lot of damage. I also might have run out of stamina. I wasn't really watching it. I do want the extra health though, so we'll ember up. Now, see, if I had... See, what I should have done is I should have started hitting him, not gotten into half health, because half health is when he disappears and starts spawning clones. And then when he puts up the little crystal orbs above his head, that's when I start draining his health below half, because then I can actually get him below half health without him teleporting and being at half health when his clones spawn. So that's the attack you want for jeez. So those crystals right there are very annoying because... Okay, I'll leave him like that until he spawns more crystals above his head. Should also probably get my souls back as well. So the easiest way to get rid of those is to run around them, then they'll start tracking into the ground, and then you can completely avoid them. Also, Crystal Sage can be parried if he swings at you. Nice. Oh, great. Oh my god. That was so bad. I'm really upset that the crystal that followed me around didn't break, because that's what I was relying on. I was relying on it not breaking. I was relying on it breaking, and then it hit me from the left when I wasn't expecting it. If I really want to, I can parry the Crystal Sage, but there's kind of no reason for me to parry Crystal Sage, because parrying him gives me a chance to riposte, but you can only riposte and deal him massive damage if you're using a melee weapon, and yes, you can't use melee. Oh, I also should mention that there is a weapon later on in this game called the Demon Scar. It is both a Pyromancy Catalyst and a melee weapon, and I am not allowed to use that, because it essentially functions like a sword. This is actually super embarrassing, dying twice on Crystal Sage. In fact, let's eat one of these to get some more stamina regen. Just have that crash into the wall. Close. But all I need to do now is just find the real one. And I can just kill him right away. Real one, please? Oh. Real one. Okay. But you need to make sure I don't get screwed by all the magic coming my way. Get one hit in on him. And we're good. I suppose getting these crystal lizards would be good just because they give me Twinkling Titanite, which I can sell for 500 apiece, which is not bad. I don't plan on using the Twinkling Titanite at all, but it would be useful. Now we can switch back over to the fire ring now. Interestingly enough, these enemies cannot cross that bridge, which is really weird because they're sequestered to that tiny little spot right there. And yeah, honestly, I don't get it. But hey, you know, whatever. They do them, I suppose. Let's see if I can kill this guy. Well, I can kill him, but it's all a question of how easy it'll be. It'll probably be pretty hard because he's a melee user, and getting damage out really quickly is a lot harder for me than it is for him. But that actually wasn't too bad. Easy souls. I definitely need more mana because I cast 6 of these and I'm already out. I'll grab a shield just because I can sell it. Those NPCs right there do not respawn, so once you kill them, you're good. Actually, I should rest just in case I get invaded at the cathedral. Probably won't happen, but never know. Gotta be prepared. Let's see, I have about an hour and a half left. As you can see, this is probably the most famous area for the dogs to just teleport right on top of you because you're going to be running by them so much. Cool. I don't know what that plant was doing. I've never seen that before, but that was really funny. It's actually a very popular spot to invade people because it's right after a boss and it's a very long area, so generally people invade here quite a bit. That was kind of redundant. Mr. Gale from the DLC is over here. Exhausts his dialogue and he won't talk to you anymore. Thank God. What a rude person, am I right? I have an Estus shard. There's no dogs I really have to deal with, so I suppose I can attune this for now. Also, because the deacons are resistant to fire, it will still be very helpful having Boulder Heat for them as well, because they're weak to physical. Like, even without other fire bosses around to use it on, it's still useful for anything that is resistant to fire, basically. regardless of whether or not they are made of fire, you know. Was there an item here? I think there was? No, that's just a way down. Which I can take. Could also go that way. I'll take this way down. It's also nice being a pyromancer for these guys because they do not like fire. Very much not. In fact, using a torch is the way to get worms off you. And as you saw, I one-shot him. And if you hit them with fire at all, they will start writhing. So, super useful having fire for these guys. I will use the Saint Tree Bellvine now instead of the Grass Crest Shield because it will allow for immediate casting. The Saint Tree Bellvine gives 99 virtual dexterity, and the casting speed caps out at 50. So as long as you're wearing this, you'll always have max cast speed. And I don't so much need the... I don't really need the stamina regen from the Grass Crest Shield. So that'll go right there. Actually, put that right there, and then we can put the Silver Serpent Ring right there. I'll be changing the Silver Serpent Ring out at some point. Nice. Titanite? Yeah. So something I think I missed last time, there are also 2 Twinkling Titanite Lizards here. And this is very useful for anybody who wants to go through their game using a Twinkling Titanite weapon. In fact, Twinkling Titanite is very common, and you can get a weapon up to essentially the +6 version of it before you get actually access to a +6 version of a normal weapon. The only downside being that once you get a +6 normal weapon, which you can do pretty early still, you will then be able to immediately go to Dancer if you're good enough at it, and then get your weapon up to +10, because slabs are very easy to access after that part, and once you kill Dancer, you'll have access to all the chunks you'll ever need. Let's kill this guy now. Free souls. Well, not free, but easy souls. And because I'm wearing the Silver Serpent Ring, it's going to give me a lot extra. $5K. Solid. Now, normally I would go through the catacombs right away to get all the pyromancies I want, but I do still want to abuse Yul's levels, so I'm going to go through this area first, because I shouldn't have any problems with deacons. Just so I can get as many levels as possible, and then I'll go and kill the Abyss Watchers, get levels from that, and then do Yule. This right here is a summon sign, and if you press it, you can summon the Phantom. This will summon a Mad Phantom, a purple, part of the Mound Maker's Covenant, so that's not a good idea because he can help or hurt you, and unless you want total chaos in your run. Generally, purples are there for PvP, so unless you want total chaos in your run or a PvP fight, it's not a good idea to summon those. Because they're there to fight, basically. I also have 21k, so I should probably use that before I die. Although I probably won't die around this area. I say as I die basically every time I go through this area. It's weird. I don't know what's up with this area, but I die almost every single time I go through it. This would be a good time for that. So we're all on the way. Oh yeah, and then I should fire this at the thing across the bridge because we gotta wait to fire. Actually, I don't even need to. This is probably best for the Grave Warden coming up here. Fireballs are very not good for Grave Wardens because they have a habit of dodging sideways. Also, his AI broke there. You don't see that often. They have a bad habit of dodging sideways, and as you've seen, sideways is basically the enemy of Pyromancers. Nice undead bone shard. I probably should go back to the shrine now, actually, and level up and use my items, but I'll do it later. I should be fine. I want to get the bonfire and the shortcut first, and then I'll go back. Firebug pellet will actually be useful for the deacons. I'll use the firebug pellet on the deacons this time, because we saw what happened last time. And of course I'm wearing the fire clutch ring, so I'm going to be taking extra damage from them. Thank you. This is the area I always die in. In fact, this guy's gonna sneak up behind me and he's gonna be a huge jerk, so I will just kill him. If that guy's dead, there's no way I can die here. I can't believe he did 2 of those attacks in a row. Whatever, I still lived. And now there's basically no way I'll die. One of the ways you can dodge those guys, and Lothric Knights too, there's a situation very similar to that in Lothric Castle, is by running to one side. Like if they're blocking the door and if you go straight down the middle, you'll be blocked. If you run to one side, they'll also run to one side, and then you can dodge through the other side and go right around them. That's how you deal with people blocking the door. That only really works on enemies that are... Why? Okay. That only works on enemies that are very aggressive and will actually leave the door. I mentioned earlier in the other stream, but there are some enemies that... their AI can just be on guard, or they can be watching you or whatever, and instead of attacking you like you expect them to do and you're prepared for, they'll just walk sideways and block the door. Like meanie butts. It's lame. I don't like you. And now is a good time to go back to the shrine. In fact, also now is a good time to go to the DLC as well. There's one thing you can abuse in the DLC, and that is access to an early Titanite slab, and actually, so basically 2 things. An early Titanite slab and an extra early large Titanite shard. So do I have anything I want to use? This will give me discovery, which I want, so I'm not going to sell that. Do I get anything from the Paladin Ashes I'd want? Can't use any of those. I do want some of these, so I'll get 10 of them. Just for the Mimic, so I can get a Mimic hat. If these 10 end up working on a Mimic, then it's totally worth the 5k that you spend on them, honestly. Lloyd's Shield Ring could be useful, so I'll grab that too. The Lloyd's Rings give you extra stats based... they give you extra stats if your health is full. The Lloyd's Shield Ring will give you extra defense, and the Lloyd's Sword Ring will give you extra attack, but your health has to be full. I think after this point I will just start leveling into my health flask, because 5 normal Estus is definitely enough for most things. I think 1 more level and I can get an extra slot, so that'll be useful. I think I can do that once I kill the deacons. And there's nothing I need from the deacon soul, so I can sell their soul and get extra levels from that as well. This item right here, I can't use it, and I'm not going to use it, but if it's in your offhand, similar to the Saintry Bellvine and the Grass Crest Shield, it gives you extra item discovery, which is useful for mimics, and I'm going to be coming up on a mimic very, very soon. Oops. I also wonder if the giants in the Cathedral of the Deep are weak to fire. I know they're weak to thrust, so like spears, but I wonder if they're weak to fire. I'm not even going to bother with that whip this time. don't really need the 200 souls or whatever it's worth. I guess we're about to find out with the giant. Cool, the dagger's still in my hand, so I can go through the sludge a lot easier this time. The Lloyd Sword Ring will also actually be really useful for this because I am mostly a ranged person, and rangers because they're going to be out of the way a lot, they want things that'll buff their damage if their HP is full. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Fine by me. Already have to use another Estus, but it's fine. Alright, so here's the Mimic. I have 5 shots, and hopefully it'll all work out in my favor. Oh, I could have sold the other stuff as well. Do I have a coin? I do not. So, here's hoping. Nope. Right. I can still normal roll, so that's good. Where's that other thrall come from? There is one that drops down. Oh, right there. Oh my god. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, side strafing is Pyromancer's worst enemy. Easy enough. No armor pieces, that sucks. If an enemy dies and their body still has a solid hitbox on them, then it's very likely that they're going to drop something for you. Nope. In fact, I might as well just... I actually don't know if this works because the Undead Hunter Charm effect is still on him, but I'll try it anyway. I think it happens every time he opens his mouth. Next time I'd actually kill him, so I won't do that again. You can tell if a Mimic is... If their item is there, if you see a little sparkly right under their tongue when their teeth go back. I have 3 more chances at this. I probably should have watched his health, honestly. No. Okay, so let's go kill something out here real quick. Like maybe that throw. Also, because I remembered Kirk will spawn as well, so I'll have to deal with him. He shouldn't be too bad. His AI is really bad. He has one of the worst invader AIs in the game, so it's fine. Nothing from him. Also, Kirk can't even use Estus, so that's doubly bad for him. Honestly, I think Kirk is probably the most useless invader. Well, most ineffectual invader. And last shot. Well, kind of. After this, I have to kill him, and we'll see if that'll drop me one. No, okay. Kirk's not there, so let's kill this guy. Give me an item. Give me an item. Oh. Okay. Well, I tried. See if Kirk is readily visible. Oh, hello, Kirk. Nice. Also, Kirk's shield is unable to parry, so even if you do swing at him, he cannot parry. There is an invader in the Undead Settlement that you've seen in the last playthrough of this. His name is Hodrick, and he actually does have a parry shield, and he's pretty good at parrying too. So if he has a shield out, unless you're using a two-handed Ultra, you want to be very careful when you're attacking him when he has his shield out. I guess I should also mention, two-handed Ultras cannot be parried, whips cannot be parried, and most weapon arts can't be parried. Additionally, you cannot parry projectile things unless there is a specific shield, like the Gold Wing Crest shield, that is able to do that. Oh, we can take off this because I don't need it anymore. Yeah. So let's go kill the giant. Both giants, and then that will give me 2 large Titanite shards. We can go to the DLC real quick to get the other Titanite shard, and then we can level up our flame to +5, I believe. We also don't have to level it up to +5 right now, but it'll make Abyss Watchers easier. Bridge? Yeah. I suppose I should say if I do get a Thrall hat, I will wear that just for the memes. Everybody loves the Thrall hat. And I'm no exception. I do like the Thrall hat. I don't love it like a lot of people do, but I like it. So I actually learned in last stream that you cannot backstep through this like you can in Elden Ring. In Elden Ring, you can actually backstep through this without having too much of a lag or time penalty, but here you basically keep the same lag penalty as rolling through it, so there's no point in backstepping. Basically, the only fast way to get through sludge like this is to quick step with a dagger. Or a dagger-like weapon, I should say. Something I guess I should mention too, when I said I wasn't able to use the Pyromancer Flame because it was too much like a melee attack, the interesting thing about that comment is that the Great Combustion Pyromancy that I'm using right now is essentially the same thing as the Pyromancer's weapon art, the Pyromancy Hand's weapon art, but I don't know, I kind of counted that as a melee attack because it is an equipment I am using, and it is a special of that does deal direct damage. So you're about to see the usefulness of actually having fire is you can kill all the slimes, and that way you don't have to deal with all their nonsense. Because trying to kill the giant with these slimes here is awful. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Man, I really need more mana. I run out so quickly using Great Combustion. Yeah, but if, like, you could actually hit the things, that would be nice. Okay, I need to be careful. Don't want to actually die to these stupid slimes. I'd be fine dying to the giant, kind of. I wouldn't, because he's not a boss, but it would be better than dying to these stupid slimes. Like, look how much mana that uses. Uh-huh. Okay, thank God, they're all dead. I guess I'll just grab these so I can sell them quickly. I also don't need the Titanite slab because I can get one from the DLC. So I don't think I'll be continuing Sigurd's questline this run. If you want to see how to do Sigurd's questline, you can check out my last video. Unfortunately, you're going to kind of have to go through 11 hours to do it, but... okay, so I killed the giant. Yeah, I suppose I can just back to the shrine now. Oops, Homeward Bone. So I'll level up my mana. Hopefully that'll allow me to use Boulder Heave now without having to switch out spells. And then, of course, more mana. Always useful. Don't really need those anymore, but I guess I'll keep them on my person. Can't use those. That might be useful at some point. I don't know why I always do this too, because they obviously don't sell for a lot of souls. You can see that they only sell for 100 each. But I don't know, I just don't like them being in my inventory. And I don't want to put them in my box either, because, again, it takes up inventory space. I don't need this right now. Probably not going to use that anyway. I won't need this for a while. Not going to be using that, so yeah, I'll put them in my box. I can start wearing sunlight metals if I want to. Put that in my box. Why not? I guess. Actually, I'll take them out because I can use. I can sell them. Oh yeah. So we'll burn the bone shard if I have one. I don't have one. Do I have an Estus shard? No. Okay. So 30k. Yeah, cool. That gives me 3 slots. I think I'll go to 20 mana and then start leveling up stamina, because being able to use more Great Combustions and dodge at a time is going to be very useful, especially against Pontiff. Leonard's back since I was invaded. Go to the cathedral, get another shard, and then we'll go back one more time, level up my Pyromancy flame, kill the deacons, kill Abyss Watchers, do Yule, and that'll probably end up being the end of the stream. I'm gonna laugh if this actually crashes my game. Like I said last stream, every time I enter the DLC. Well, not every time, but half the time whenever I enter the DLC, and for the first time I should say, not even teleport bonfiring over, anytime I Gale over Gale's that NPC's name, my game just crashes. Gives me no warning either. Like the last time it crashed on me, I think 2 times, but my game actually froze on me before crashing. When this happens, it just straight up quits out. But didn't happen, so yay me. I don't like your dialogue. Okay, thank God. We can sell this. Also, what rings do I have on now? Oh yeah, this can actually be switched out for a damage ring. Or actually, this would give me better defenses while I'm running around. And then I can... So that means I guess I want to have this on all the time. And then the fire clutch ring I can swap off for the souls. It's not really much to this area. You can kind of just run to the side and avoid all their spears. Or most of their spears, I should say. I don't think I need the ashes or... Oh, jeez. I don't think I need any of those things this time, so I won't even go that way. I'll just go up here. Also, that rusted coin might have been useful for the Mimic. This is the other way you can go to the bridge. This is the safest way. Ooh, large titanite shard. I actually didn't know that was there. So, like as you can see, there, I don't have to contend with a wolf, a big wolf I should say. I don't have to contend with all the smaller wolves. I can just run right through. So, super useful. I also don't even need to go too much further through this DLC either. I went into this DLC because I wanted that large titanite shard right there, but I didn't want that one. There's a crystal lizard over here that can give you a large titanite shard, but because I already grabbed it, I already grabbed the one right there. I don't need to kill the lizard right now, and so I'll just. I could go get the slab, but I don't need it right now. I am over here, so I could go get the slab. Oh yeah, that also means I should probably grab the cestus from... Cestus? Whatever it is. From the Undead Settlement. You always want to be across that bridge before you break it, because it can... I don't think we'll ever see it on stream. We might if I decide to break it halfway and I just want to lose all my souls. But that can just launch you into oblivion and kill you. It's a lot of fun. It's always fun to watch, obviously, like watching a mammoth fly in Skyrim, but obviously it's not very helpful. Well, definitely not helpful in this game. So this will be a little more dangerous because I don't have the cestus to... The cestus has a weapon art called Endure on it, and while it's active, it's not active for very long, mind you, but while it's active, I am, I think, immune to staggering and immune to knockdown as well. So it's a very good thing to have in your hand right before you want to cast something, as well as if you expect something to hit you. Right here, there's going to be a lot of great arrows flying at me, and there's always a chance that the great arrows will knock me off these ledges, and it's always a lot of fun. I believe this one right here can give me a large titanium shard as well, but no need. Oh, that's a twinkling titanite. I believe this is a large titanite shard here, unless I'm dumb and this is an ember. Ah, yeah, see. Shows how much I know in this game. So this is the dangerous part right here. That guy right there, he'll shoot an arrow and that can knock you down. But if you're right here, he'll only shoot an arrow right there. Oh, yeah, see. That's a problem. And now we're safe. Oh! I was not... Wow. Okay, shows what I know. Great, so that means I have to do that all over again. Wonderful. Oh, the price we pay. I know we have to wait a few centuries for the bridge to knock down. Also, this right here is your earliest access to a hollow gem. The only problem is that you cannot use a hollow gem because you need the coal from Irithyll Dungeon. So, lots of fun. Anybody who's doing a luck build is basically going to have to kill Henri really early to use the Henri Straight Sword, because they won't actually be able to make any use of their damage until they get to Irithyll Dungeon. So that's always a lot of fun. There's also a really good weapon around here called the Follower Saber, and it has a pretty unique weapon art on it, pretty good, and it's a curved sword, so, you know, curved swords, really good. Really good in PvP, I should say. They're very fast, and so they tend to outspeed most other weapons. I don't believe curved swords are faster than straight swords. I believe they're about the same speed, but curved swords and straight swords are the second fastest weapon in the game, right next to straight swords. So, oh, that's really helpful, actually. I'm not going to bother fighting the champion Gravetender right now. He's probably going to be a little too difficult. I don't have a lot of mana. He'll probably kill me in 2 shots. And I hate that fight too. I want to be prepared for it. In fact, I don't even need to kill a Gravetender. Well, I do because I am going to be doing all bosses, but yeah, Gravetender in general is just not one of my favorite fights, as some of you who watched my previous video might know. And I think that fight is honestly just garbage. Is it dead? Nice. That'll make this very easy then. These trees can be a little bit of a pain to kill with something like magic, but fire obviously does a lot of damage to them, so I guess we're good. This one right here is the hard one. Unlike those ones, this one will actually flail around and it can crawl around as well. Seems to have more health as well. I'm using that, so whatever. Once you kill all 3 of those, a ladder will show up right above here. I'll show you where. And that really, really long ladder up will let you get a Titanite slab. This is one of the broken things about the DLCs. I mean, I mentioned it in my last video, but, you know, DLCs give you access to things that you shouldn't really have access to in the main game unless you sequence break. Like, killing Dancer early will give you access to slabs, but killing Dancer early is very difficult. Sorry, it won't give you access to slabs. It will give you access to chunks. But again, killing Dancer early is very difficult for newer players, and even experienced players have a little bit of a hard time killing Dancer. Unless, of course, they practice Dancer for about as many hours as I've played this game total. But a lot of players have trouble killing Dancer at like level 1 without leveling up their equipment at all. So that's the balance for getting chunks early. The DLCs basically have no there's no challenge to getting these items early. You just can because the DLCs exist. Like, I didn't have, of course I'm a pyromancer, so I have an easier time against those trees, but even outside of that, once you get to the cathedral, you can just get immediate access to 2 large titanite shards, and then if you can kill all those trees, which aren't honestly too hard to do, you can get a slab from climbing all the way up here. We can just go back to the shrine. I could probably level up and I can definitely level up my weapon at least once. Oh, I can't level up. I might be able to if I sell something. See if I have enough after selling stuff. Not gonna use those. Not gonna use that. Yeah, I can't sell anything. Okay, so I can't level up yet, but I definitely can level up my... Oops. I think it'll always trip me up having to level up your Pyromancy Flame here instead of at Andre. Let's see if I can get a Seed of a Giant Tree. Because I killed an invader, and I don't remember if the Seed of a Giant Tree is available after killing an invader or after a successful invasion. Yeah, so after you kill an invader, you'll get a Seed of a Giant Tree. Seed of a Giant Tree, when you use it, invaders who invade your world can be hit by the enemies in your world, which is not something that can normally happen unless they're a purple phantom. So now we'll honestly just completely annihilate the deacons. I think this will be a joke. And then Abyss Watchers shouldn't be too bad either. Now the thing is, I don't know if I want to use Catch Flame. I don't know if I want to use Great Combustion against the Abyss Watchers because they are weak to fire, or if I want to use Boulder Heave to knock them down. So we'll see. That's the way up to Rosaria. The one covenant that allows you to reallocate your stats. Oh, I didn't, darn it. I didn't attune my, boulder heave. Stupid. Now, since I am going to be using boulder heave, I don't even have the fire clutch ring. So, I'm not going to be using the fire clutch ring for this fight because I'm not going to be using fire, and that's just going to make me take extra damage. Now, unfortunately, I might be able to poison them with Poison Mist, but I don't have access to Storyteller Staff, which is the strongest poison in the game that I inflicted on them last run, so I'm just going to have to kill them the normal way. Okay. Thank you. Ugh. Means I'm going to be low on... Like, I'm going to have to use a heal to get the most use out of Lloyd's Sword Ring. Oops. Oh, actually that's going to heal me, so that's really nice. Huh. I wonder why it's not healing me. It's still in my hand. I wonder if it needs to be active for me to use it. And looks like it does. But it's honestly totally fine by me. That's actually a very good thing to know. I get a little bit of healing. So I don't have to waste an Estus for my Lloyd Sword Ring. Oh, let's put on the Sunlight Covenant just because I can. There's no need to put on a Sunlight Covenant, but I'll just put it on because I can. Ooh. That is Boulder Heave, and it's super useful, especially in this fight. Solid mana too, like it's not too costly. And now that should spawn the Deacon. Rude. Another useful thing about Boulder Heave too is even if it doesn't kill them, it'll knock them down, so they have a lot less time to use their stuff. So in this fight, the Archdeacon right here, once phase 2 happens, he spawns, and the Archdeacon will spawn with him 2 fat deacons in blue and 2 large tall deacons in blue. The fat deacons, as you can see right there, will heal him, so you want to get rid of them pretty quickly, but the most important thing is to get rid of the other deacon, the tall deacons, especially if you're not able to kill these guys really quickly, because those deacons will apply Curse throughout the fight, and Curse is an instant kill if the entire bar fills. Of course, if you just attack the tall deacons, the Curse will stop building up, but that kind of requires you to always keep your eye on them. And now we can go back to the shrine, do some leveling up. Go kill Abyss Watcher is super easy now. So yeah, Boulder Heave is incredibly good, and you're going to see me using it a lot throughout this playthrough. Especially on enemies that are resistant to fire. Nothing from him. Only Cirrus. We can sell this because it only gives me Deep Soul and the Candlestick, both of which are completely worthless. And I can't even use the Candlestick. Actually, I can't use both of them.
Passion 1.
And now we can get a ton of levels. So 20 health will be a good stopping place for a bit until I run into Pontiff. I can also start getting more health levels from Yol once I kill Abyss Watchers. Old Wolf? No, keep runes. Because there's nothing else I need to get in this area. I have about half an hour left. So I can probably kill Abyss Watchers, maybe run down to the Catacombs. Actually, I'll be killing Abyss Watchers, getting the levels from Yol, and then that'll probably be the end of the stream. We'll see. I might even be able to go for an extra hour, but again, we'll see. So I still want the cat ring, so I'm not going to get proper bow from that. Interestingly enough, Yellowfinger Heisel, so Yellowfinger Heisel will invade you in 2 spots in this game. He'll invade you a little further over that way, where you light the first torch I lit, and he will also invade you in Crucifixion Woods, way up there. He'll invade you in Crucifixion Woods around where the first crab is, near the bonfire. And he will invade you regardless of whether or not you are aligned with the covenant he's in. So, interesting little piece of trivia, I guess. Which is kind of annoying because Yol's quest line, the dude who gives you 5 free levels and turns you into a hollow and everything, his quest line involves you killing Henri and becoming the Lord of Hollows, and as long as you are following that quest line, the NPC called Londor Pale Shade will not invade you when you get to Irithyll. If you watched last stream, there's a spot in Irithyll where you have to dodge, I think, 4 dogs, 3 casters, and I think 4 dogs and 3 casters on a large staircase getting up to the Pontiff area. And if you're not following Yol's quest line, then Londor Pale Shade will invade you there as well. I don't need to go that way, so I'm not even going to bother. But if you are following his quest line, Londor Pale Shade won't invade you. So I think it's interesting that they allow Londor Pale Shade to not invade you if you're aligning with his goals or whatever, but Yellowfinger Heisel will always invade you. I think for this one, I will just use Boulder Heave, because I can just stun lock them and knock them down. Although they are weak to fire, so actually I will use the Fire Clutch Ring and just swing fire at them. I'm not going to use Fireballs because the Abyss Watchers do have a habit of dodging projectiles. Okay, rude. That took longer than I thought it would. So the other one's gonna spawn. I don't know where he is. Oh, they're fighting each other. Okay, good. That's good for me. Ah, yeah. Dodged a little too early on that. Okay, so they'll fight each other. And if I'm lucky... so I'm unlucky, but it's whatever. Alright. Let's see if I can get some healing off of my talisman. Looks like the Dark Wraiths outside killed one of the bruised. That was an instance of action queuing, which I don't like. Nobody likes, actually. Cool, not bad. I think that gives me 20k souls, and then another 20k souls from selling his soul. Selling his soul. You're gonna sell your soul to the devil? It's really helpful that Abyss Watchers are weak to fire and electric, and I think magic too. So it allows casters an easier time killing them than... Because casters, if you're doing a pure casting run like I am, then of course you can't backstab them, and you can't riposte them. So it's useful that they have low resistances to those elements. I guess the only downside to that would be that their durability is also just lowered in general. So if anybody's using a fire gem or using fire or electric resins, then the Abyss Watchers are going to die all the quicker. And you know, the Abyss Watchers are a fun fight. I do like that fight, but they die really quickly. And sometimes I wish certain fights in this game would have a little more HP. Do I need more mana? Probably not. Okay, so now I can go and get the levels from Yol. Cool.
Then shall we then?
What do I want to level from Yol? Maybe stamina? Some stamina and some mana, probably.
Champion.
Pontiff is going to be a little difficult, so I might want HP for that, but we're not at Pontiff right now. And I should be able to get a little more HP before I go to Pontiff anyway. No bone shards to burn, so Undead Settlement. And now we kill ourselves 10 times. Actually 10 times. So Christmas is coming up. As I mentioned, I don't necessarily like Christmas. It's nice visiting family and everything, and spending time with family, I guess, but I already see my family once a week anyway. They either come and visit me or I go and visit them, so there's not really a... You know, Christmas is just another time that family gets together. I guess the food is nice, and my sister comes by and we all hang out together as a family, so that is something that doesn't happen often. Additionally, on the food topic, we always eat tamales and pozole for Christmas, and that's not something that we do all the time, so it's really nice having those at least once, you know. Nice little change of pace from whenever my parents come over and they bring food from something like I don't know, McDonald's or Burger King or whatever. They bring by a burrito or a burger or something. And then I have a friend who his mom makes homemade tamales, and they are the best thing ever, honestly. My parents always order a dozen green and a dozen red. Green are the best from him because they have cheese in them, and green chili I think is honestly just in general better than red chili, and the green tamales are just so good. In fact, they usually make tamales for a few friends of their family, and the green are always the most demanded by them. The red are good too, obviously, but the green are just so good. How much hollowing do I have? 7? Done. I think I died a few too many times. I got into all the chit chat. Let's go get those souls. Not like it really matters. It's only 3k, but gotta get everything. This is also the fastest way to die early on. I know it sounds a little hilarious saying, "Oh, I want to die as much as possible," but this is the fastest way to die and get all the hollowing you need for Yol's levels. Let's see if I can actually get... I'll end up at 15 endurance, and then I'll start leveling HP, actually. Just so I don't have to worry about Pontiff as much. Okay. I think that's 3 Dark Sigils, right? Yeah, so I only need to die 3 more times, which is good. And then we also go out and check out lights and visit a certain part of town that has certain attractions and stuff. Like they have animals and like they have goats and I think sometimes chickens and then the area has lights on it too and the people around there sell hot cocoa and there are some shops open and they sell Christmas related items and food as well. So it's a nice little thing that we do sometimes, but it all depends on the weather as well. Because if it's cold or if it's rainy, then my parents will do it if it's cold, but I don't really like the cold, so I would prefer just skipping it if it's cold out. As I said last stream, I don't really care too much about all the stuff about Christmas, especially the lights. I don't like when lights are done really just lazily. You know, people put lights on their house. They'll put maybe one string of lights on their house and say, "Oh, that's good. We're decorated for Christmas." And I don't know. I don't like how lazy that is. So, I don't know. I just think, what's the point of putting up lights and maybe one or two decorations if you have to. You know, my parents, they have an attic that they get all their decorations from because they don't have enough storage in their garage and they don't keep it in their house, so they store all of it up in the attic. And you know, they're getting up there, pretty old, and it's getting harder and harder for them to go up into the attic and pull things down and stuff. And it also, because neither my sister or I live with them anymore, they have to do everything themselves, and it's kind of gotten to the point where, you know, I'm not in the house, my sister's not in the house, we're not going to care as much about all the stuff they're putting out. So already they're basically only doing it for themselves and maybe the neighbors. And it kind of just begs the question, you know, what's the point of putting all that out if all we're doing is for ourselves? So they still do put out some, but they've started putting out a lot fewer. And hell, they even stopped. They got a smaller Christmas tree because we actually did have a really big Christmas tree, and it weighed about. How much did it weigh? It probably weighed, I want to say maybe 30 pounds. And pulling that out of the attic is a little bit of a chore because they take a ladder up to the attic, obviously, and one person has to go up into the attic, crawl around, and you know, bend over and be on their knees and stuff, and that can, you know, hurt your knees, hurt your back. And the other person has to stand on the ladder and grab whatever items are being given to them. And you know, it's a little dangerous being on the ladder, and it's a little dangerous being on the ladder and having to manage a 30-pound item that's also very large too. Christmas trees aren't 30 pounds unless they're really big, you know. So they got a lot smaller Christmas tree this time around, and they put that out. I imagine it only probably weighs like 5 pounds. So it's a lot more useful for them. And of course, because it's a much smaller Christmas tree as well, they don't need as many lights and decorations for it. You know, they can kind of they can put on a couple lights, put on a couple ornaments, and say, yeah, okay, our Christmas tree is done and decorated. So that's kind of how they changed up all their stuff. Additionally, my parents have a car at their house that everybody really wants, and when my sister was still living with them, she would put lights on the car and everything, but since she's not there, they don't put lights on that car anymore either. So now I can actually show you what I meant last stream by checking out those rats. Although, maybe not, because there's a shard over here I do want to grab. Can I wait over here? Yes, I can. I'll rest at the bonfire again just so I can show you what I mean. Because the rats will start moving all the way to the left when you first start seeing them, and they start at the right. So they start a little right of where the ball rolls, which means the ball will miss them if they're not... Oh, jeez. But yeah, you see how the ball just rolled and killed all of them. If you go just a little down the stairs, then That was really stupid. They'll just all get squashed like that. Okay, now let's not die like an idiot. Gosh. Okay, so get the rats to move, and then wait on site. So all the rats down there will get hit by the ball. I don't have to worry about them. And then last stream, when I mentioned that lever opens this gate right there. So you don't have to run past the rats, and you don't have to run past this guy anymore, who's honestly a real pain. You can just skip all of them, basically. I never bother killing any of the enemies in this game. I've gotten so used to running around and where all the enemies are that all I'm really concerned about at this point is just surviving, dodging the attacks and everything. You know, because when people first play this game, they want to experience everything, right? They want to know what every enemy is like. They want to know if they can beat certain enemies. They want to know if they can beat an area in its entirety. So they'll actually go out and fight literally every enemy they see. And then once they do conquer an area or specific enemies, then they'll start running through the areas. And because I've already been through this game, I don't even know how much, probably about 7,500 times. Not even kidding. I don't need to fight all the enemies. Okay, so that mimic up there, I do want to activate with the talismans. So this time I'm going to get the skeleton. I'm going to do the same thing I did last time where I got the skeletons to attack the demon. Or try to. Okay, already. He's attacking them, so. Wow. They really have not done much work on him. I think since the skeletons are all aggroing him now, I can just run away from him, honestly. Unless, of course, he just comes after me, which is great. Oh, jeez. Okay, looks like I'll have to kill the demon myself. Which is going to be a lot of fun because, oh, actually, before I do that, let me go get this down here. This will help a lot, actually. And since he killed all the skeletons, I can actually rest here now. Normally, a skeleton follows me through there, and it sucks. So this right here is the second Pyromancer ring, and this is why Pyromancers generally have it a little bit easier earlier on than the other classes, because they can get their bigger ring a lot sooner. Let's heal up a little. Yeah, that's just not gonna be good. Okay, so he's probably going to... No, he's not. Okay, no. Cool. I actually probably should have waited till I got the Mimic hat for that, but we're good. Oh, did I have the... Okay, I had the Soul Ring on. Also, I probably should have gotten the Shield of Want as well. Nah, whatever. So I guess I'll get the Mimic hat first, and then I'll get the Shield of Want. And this time I gotta learn to not kill the mimic over the edge. That was so stupid last time. I can't believe it, honestly. Alright, so put... Oh, darn it, I put the thing back. Ugh. And back in the day, when I wanted to get the Mimic Hat, I didn't actually used to use Undead Hunter Charms on these Mimics up here. I used to use them over at the 2 Mimics over at Yorm's area. There's an area where there are 2 Mimics basically side by side, and you can hit both of them with the Undead Hunter Charm. And I used to farm those Mimics instead. But again, if you can get a Mimic, the earlier on you can get the Mimic Hat, the better off you'll be for the rest of the run. So I try to get it from these. And then if I don't, then I'll get it from Yorm's area. Also, Old Demon King is going to be incredibly easy. So that'll be fun. Okay, so put this on. Don't have the gold ring, obviously. And then use a gold coin, or a rusted coin. Yay! Wait. Oh, that's just the smoke made me think that he dropped the Mimic Hat. Is there a skeleton? No, it's not. I'm just gonna boulder heave. Okay. Come on, give me the Mimic Hat. Nope. Boulder heave again. No more coins. It's interesting, too, that the Undead Hunter Charms don't actually affect you as well. The Undead Hunter Charms, they prevent players and NPCs from using Estus. And, oh, crap. Ugh. Well, only 2 more shots now. They prevent a player from using Estus, and I think it hits everybody in the vicinity. So if you're a player and you use it on your ally, I think it'll block them from using Estus. So I'm surprised it doesn't work on you, like your own charm works on you. But okay, so now maybe a cat this time. That's probably honestly punishment for dropping it to myself last time, but I don't care. If you saw last run, we were pretty alright even without the Mimic Hat, so we should be fine this time around. So something else I didn't mention about Smoldering Lake. There is an Avalon up there, the thing firing 3 ballista shots at you. And there is a section of this area where you can get the Avalon to fire at you, and it will break the floor down to the demon ruins. It's right there, near those 2 little stone pile torch things. One. It'll always fire 3 shots. 2, 3. Also, I don't have audio on right now, so that's actually going to be... Normally I can listen for the audio while running away from it, but again, no audio. Oh, that probably would have gotten me killed, honestly. Yeah, we'll just go this way. Kill the worm. Everything. Gotta be careful because he's probably gonna roll away now. Nice. Got out of his rolling area. And now we stand here. We can stand here and let the Avalon over there do all the work for us. Also, now that we have the Shield of Want, we should put that on. Don't need that stupid thing anymore. I suppose I could boulder heave him as well, but no use. This also right here is the most important area for pyromancers. It has all of the major pyromancy stuff you'd ever want. Oh, I can't even hit him with that. I can hit him with a fireball, but I think he's resistant to it. So, no point. That was a lot more than I think. Yeah, I don't even think it. Oh, it did. Lol. I like how my fireball killed him while he was going down. So, oh yeah, what did I want in that hand? Oh yeah, the casting speed. And, we can use the fire clutch ring for... Honestly, we'll only use the fire clutch ring if we really need to. Which, most of the time we will. Well, okay. We might want to for Wolnir, because we'll be using will we use Great Combustion on him, or what? Probably end up using the large fireball on him, honestly. How many shards do we have? 7? And our weapon is +5? Okay, yeah. So we can level our weapon up to plus something. But to do that, we need to get the chunk from down here, so let's go grab that. Honestly, we don't even need to grab this large shard right here, but I'm going to do it anyway. Normally, I don't take the ballista's route down to the demon ruins because I like grabbing all the items from the demon ruins, not just the items in that vicinity where it drops you. So when you first start out in the demon ruins, there's an Estus shard you can pick up, and then a little further down there's an undead bone shard, and then in the completely other direction is where, oh, I forgot there was also a Karthus. I forgot it also knocks the crystal lizards over, so that's useful. Okay, this one's going to be the hard one, though. This one actually isn't going to be that hard. This one actually used to be hard, but that was back when I was dumb, and I didn't actually try to get it caught on a wall at all. Good. Good mind. Chunk! I don't even need to grab these items in here, so I'm just not even going to. I lit the bonfire in the demon ruins, I believe, so now I am going to go back to the shrine, and, actually, I'll go back to the bonfire I last rested at, and, go grab the stuff in the demon ruins first, and then I'll go back to the shrine. We also can go kill the old Demon King now, but again, I want to get all the Estus and stuff from down here, as well as the Pyromancy Tome. I also forgot to get the Pyromancy Tome from the Catacombs of Karthus, so I'll have to go and grab... Thank you. I'll have to go and grab that. I have to go and grab that. Oh, I can't actually hurt that thing because I'm shooting fire at something entirely made of fire. So that's useful. Okay, let's try and not... Nice. Gotta do some zigzagging. Okay, that didn't help. Okay, we should be fine. This is the most dangerous area in the Demon Ruin, so we should be fine for the rest of it. There's a Pyromancy Tome down here, but I can't use it because it's according to the Pyromancer, it's a female tome. So that's stupid. Like, it's Pyromancies, and your whole thing is like, oh, stupid rats, I hate rats. Rats are almost as bad as dogs because they, especially for casters, because rats have a very, very quick lunge they can do at you. And remember, there's no poise for casters, so they can just quickly interrupt anything you want to do. It's really annoying. I could also grab whatever's down there, but like if I got Flash Sweat and used that, I could probably grab whatever's down there, but no need, honestly. There's no need for me to be over here, is there? I can kill Sorg if I want, but that's dangerous. Yeah, no reason for me to be down here. And Sorg, by the way, he gives you the Night Slayer's ring. He gives you I think his shield, and then oh dear, and then killing him. Oh jeez. Killing him makes it possible for. Oh jeez. Okay, great. So I have to go down there now. Killing him also, I think, gives you access to his armor as well, which is honestly pretty good armor. That sent me back a little ways. Man, it's really kind of irritating every time I die, especially to random stuff, because I always say, oh, I'm pretty good at this game, I know what I'm doing and everything. But then, I'll die to random enemies, or I'll die to a random boss or whatever, and, somebody out there is going to say, I'm not so good now, are you? So, it's just something I'll have to deal with, I suppose. Should probably kill whatever's coming down this way. Oh, geez, are my souls up there? They are. Great. And then I have to go and get the Pyromancy Tome and the Estus Shard it is, I believe. This area. And there's the Black Knight and his sword. Let's not get toxic this time. Dang. Oh yeah, I forgot. Grooves in this area are resistant to fire because they're smoldering like grooves. Oh, that's cool. We'll have Boulder Heave on. Just for them. At least I didn't get toxic this time. Not like it really matters because, like there's a bonfire right here and everything, but you know what? Take that. That'll slow them down a nice little bit. Go light this bonfire before that thing over there sees me. Ow, too late. Oh, jeez. That's crazy, actually. I'm not worried about him, obviously, but I am very surprised that Boulder Heave did not... Whoa, that's a lot of range. What the hell? Also, those guys will summon a little fireball and they'll shoot at you, but if you kill them, the fireball goes away. Plain and simple. I also shouldn't have rested there, because now I have to kill him again. But whatever. Let's grab the Estus Shard. Honestly, I don't think even the Karthus Pyromancy Tome is worth grabbing, but I'm going to grab it anyway. I have access to all the Pyromancies. This Pyromancy Tome, however, that I'm about to grab is very useful. If you don't want to use Chaos Bed Vestiges, then you can use Great Chaos Fire Orb instead, which you get from this. Nice. Get some mana, so I don't have to worry about these idiots over here. Hmm. Nice. I actually did not know those guys could heal. Learn something new every day, I guess. Ooh, a large titanium shard. And this is what we are here for. So now we will go back to the Le Shrine. I think what I will do is kill Old Demon King, kill Wolnir, and then call it a night. Seems like a pretty good spot to call it, honestly. Oh, wow. Oh wait, I need to make sure that I can actually buy the spells. Pyromancy only, so I can't use that. That gives me an axe and a fist.
Passion 1.
Oh, I should have grabbed the Karthus tome. It's whatever. See.
By the gods. This is the last of them who wandered them, but I regret to say.
Can I accept this? Must be learned from a mistress. That's so annoying. Oh, reinforce the flame. And now we have a +7. And we can go kill Dancer now if we want. But we should go kill Wolnir first because he gives us access to a Dark One, which will help us against Dancer if we really want to. So now, I forgot to give him the actual Pyromancy tome. That is very expensive and not very good, so we're not going to grab it. That is 10k, but is a very worthwhile 10k. I don't think the Karthus one gives us anything good. I can go grab it, but that's a little upside. We'll grab it some other time if I remember. But I mean, we have everything we need. We have Great Chaos Fire Orb, we've got our Flame leveled, we have Boulder Heave, so we're good, honestly. It's man. Man. And now we are not going to we're not going to use the Great Chaos Fire Orb obviously against Old Demon King because he's a fire boss, but we will need to attune it for Wolnir because I believe that is probably the best way to kill him. We could also technically use Great Combustion, so I guess I'll use Great Combustion and Great Chaos Fire Orb and see which one works the best. Or Chaos Bed Vestiges. That might actually be even better. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, cool. That should be good. Anything I don't want. So we don't need that, obviously. Not a Pyromancy, don't need that. Don't need that. I guess we can keep that, even though we're not going to use it.
Passion 1.
Put it in the box or something. Also, I think we can level up one more time, which would be really nice. Nice. So instead, we're not going to use Chaos Fire Orb against Wolnir. We are going to use Chaos Bed Vestiges because it does all its damage right away, and I want to be able to do all the damage. I don't think so the difference between Great Chaos Fire Orb and Chaos Bed Vestiges, Great Chaos Fire Orb does a good chunk of damage when it hits, and then it lays a little pool of lava on the ground where it burst, and that's good for it. It can deal more damage than Chaos Bed Vestiges if both things hit, but with Wolnir, I want all the damage to hit his bracelet, and that's what we want Chaos Bed Vestiges for. Honestly, Old Demon King's probably going to be pretty easy. Is there a better thing to use one? Oh, jeez. Thanks. Ballista. I should have remembered. Honestly, I really should have. Do I need anything for this? Might be worthwhile having that on. Yeah, let's put that on. Actually, let's put on the stamina ring. There we go. Good. I still have no idea how to deal with that. Didn't see him do this attack last time. This one's a little easier to dodge, but, Also, we want to wait for that to go away. Go away. Nobody likes you. Oh, great. I do hate these attacks, though, because even though they are easy to dodge, they are kind of just that attack that requires... It's one of the reasons I hate Aldrich so much. It's one of those attacks that you just have to dodge all of, otherwise you're just screwed. Sound. And now he has no chance. Give me my Chaos Bed Vestiges. So we gotta put on all our soul items. Soul items stack with each other, so Silver Serpent Ring I think gives me 15%? 10%? Something like that, extra souls. And the Shield of One gives me 20%. So in total I'm getting some 35 to 40% extra souls. Just from both of these. It's really strong. We can go back to the shrine now. In fact, we should. We can get Chaos Bed Vestiges and level up one more time. It's always, again, it's always a little demoralizing anytime you actually have to use the boss's soul, because then, again, you don't get to sell it for a ton of monies. Bunch of currency. Oh, darn it. I'm actually very interested to see how hard Chaos Bed Vestiges just completely destroys Wolnir. What? One of the best pyromancies in the game. Let's attune it. Down. Level up. Nice. So now we get to have Boulder Heave, Chaos Bed Vestiges, and another spell, which is really nice, honestly. So I think I'll do Great Combustion for now, but there is a strong argument to be made about not having Chaos Bed Vestiges for anything other than a boss until I get a 5th slot, and just using Black Serpent that I'll get from Wolnir, and the large fireball that I've been using for a while, Catacombs. I unlocked the gate, so I can just go straight to Wolnir. Oh no, I guess I should say we'll light the Irithyll bonfire and then we'll quit. We'll call it quits for this stream. Oh, look at that. Lovely little face. Kill all the rats. And I guess we can go kill Dancer now. But again, I don't know if Black Serpent is enough for me to want to use for her. Because it is dark damage, but it's not black fire. Is it Black Fire Orb? Dark Fire Orb? Something like that. That's your main source of dark damage on a Pyromancer build. Just make sure nobody follows me over here. Including you, Sword. Stupid Sword. In general, I just don't really fight Sorg anymore. In fact, Sorg is a really good way to learn how to backstab. I honestly have a lot of disdain for backstabs and stuff in this game. A, because I always get backstabbed, so obviously, get good noob. But also because a lot of the time that's what fights will devolve into. It'll just be who can backstab the other first, and honestly, pretty boring way to fight, if you ask me. Okay, so I think I have all my damage set for this fight. So, here's his... Yeah, of course that broke one of his bracelets. So I didn't mention before, but the Wolnir fight can be incredibly trolly. That mist black back there surrounding his body, that deals a ton of damage very quickly. And what I was talking about in the last fight I was doing with this is if he catches you on his hand can drag back like that and drag you into the mist. Also, I'm still getting a pretty good Wolnir fight, honestly. Oh god, and then he's doing the black mist right here. So if you're out here, the black mist will really hurt you. But when he spews the black mist, like that, all you have to do is stay at his hand, and he can't damage you with it. Again, the black mist will basically instantly kill you, so you have to be very careful about it. But yeah, so I got really lucky in that fight, and one of these days when I'm doing a Wolnir fight, you'll see how bad that fight can troll you. But there's a loop he can do where all he does is spawn the sword, and when he spawns the sword, what he has to do is he has to lift his hand way up high, so you basically can't hit it with anything unless you're just really good at free aiming spells. Then he brings it down, which maybe you can get a hit in if you're using a very fast weapon, but you're not going to do a lot of damage because, you know, you're using a small weapon. But even then, it's very dangerous because, you know, he can hit you with the sword, he can drag you back to his body, he can crawl forward, and it's generally not worth doing. But he can get into a loop where he spawns a sword really high, where you can't access it, and then he can spawn it really high and then smash it down. And when he smashes it down, it's going to create a giant shockwave which will damage you. So he can get into this loop where raise high, shockwave, raise high, shockwave. And he can literally troll you for a good minute or two, honest to God, of just that. And it's just incredibly bleh. So, yeah, not great. Also, I got invaded, so let's see if I can actually kill this invader. I have Great Combustion and Boulder Heave, so it should help a lot with the invader, but we'll see. Oh, I guess we'll do that. Come on, Mr. Invader, where are you? I wonder what kind of invader I'm gonna get. It'll be funny if he's a pyromancer just like me. Again, it's really unfortunate that I don't have a simple gem. Hello! Give him a nice little friendly wave. Oh, I didn't want to wave. I didn't want to cheer. I wanted to wave. Oh, so he's a combat person. I don't know how my attack didn't hit him, but whatever. Fine by me. Hmm. Nice. Hmm. Oh. Yep. Okay. Yep. Well, I tried. Good job there. Honestly, being a pure pyromancer is pretty hard, especially for invasions. Well, I think that's a good place to call it. I could go to Church of Yorshka, but, you know, that would take a few minutes, and I'd have to go through this without dying, which I can do, but, you know, it would take time. So, I think I'll save Irithil and the rest of the game for next time. Oh, I guess I'll level real quick. And then we'll hopefully finish the run next time I'm live. So, if anybody here managed to finish the whole thing, again, thank you very much. I'm still new to this whole streaming thing, so I'm not really good at talking live, and still finding things to sort of bring up as conversation is still a challenge. Additionally, I'm doing my best to explain everything, but, you know, things are going to slip through the cracks. I'll forget some things. If I forgot anything, hopefully y'all will let me know. Oh, I should get Black Flame from Wolnir's Soul, because that's a really good spell. Honestly, if I had Black Flame, I probably would have been able to kill that Phantom. Black Serpent, my bad. Let's actually attune Black Serpent and have the Fireball. Yeah. And I guess we're not going to be using Spook anymore, because we can actually get the cat ring right now, so let's do that real quick. If we're doing that, then we can actually get rid of that and put on Great Chaos Fire Orb, and we'll go to Irithil, get Sirius's quest done, and then we'll leave. Sorry for all the oh, I'll leave now, and then I just don't. But yeah, no, thank you very much for joining me. And again, if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, post them down in the comment section. If you all really like this video, consider giving it a like. I hate doing that, you know, shilling my own content, but I'm just starting out, and every like helps, every comment helps. And if you want more content like this, I'm going to be doing it anyway, just for the fun of it. And, you know, I like discussing things I'm interested in. But if you want to see me every time I'm live, consider subscribing. That would be really helpful too. And I won't tell you to ring the notification bell every time, just because that gets really annoying, especially when there's a notification bell icon on everybody's screen, and it's always like it's ringing every time the video goes off. So I would just generally not want to do that. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be. So I'll only tell y'all to ring the bell once, and then after that, I'll just leave it there, honestly.
Thank you for your kind assistance.
Okay, thankfully we get the cat ring, so cat ring is just super amazing. And then we can actually go straight into Irithil Dungeon if we want to. I forget what's good in Irithil Dungeon that we might want. I mean, we can get an Estus Shard. We can go to Irithyll Dungeon, get an Estus Shard, and a Bone Shard, I believe. Can we get a Bone Shard from Irithyll Dungeon? Or we can definitely get an Estus Shard all before we fight Pontiff. So that would be really... Oh yeah, we can get a Bone Shard from Profane Capital. And is there anything else? Oh yeah, Irithyll Dungeon will give us access to the major dark sorceries. So yeah, that's actually something that will be very useful. So let's go back to the shrine, pop the souls, maybe level up if we can, get the cat ring, and then we'll be done for the night. So tomorrow is Christmas Eve, if I remember correctly. And then, so I won't be on tomorrow because I have work, and then I'll be getting home and I'll need sleep so I can travel over to my parents. And then I might be on Christmas, but it all depends on how the evening goes and how the day goes, so probably not, but we'll see. And then I'll most likely be on Monday, and if I'm not, then some other day. I got the cat ring. Oh, also Irithyll Dungeon would let me get the Mimicat pretty early too. That'd be pretty nice. What do I want to level up? So I still might need more damage for Pontiff. We have 25 health. We should be good enough. So let's start leveling damage a bit. Alright. And that'll be it. Thank you all for joining me, and I will see you next time.